Okay, so I've been looking for some old receipts that I, for the life of me, could not find because it was on my old hard drive that bust down like years ago in regards to James Charles and this story. And we've been looking high and low, and my amazing, beautiful, insanely gorgeous husband found the receipts, long lost media. And I sat down because basically it's a photograph that a minor had taken of their phone when James Charles sent them nudes. And people could never corroborate that, like, this was real evidence, right? Anywho, we found those photographs. I've got them because it was deleted, right? And my husband was able to find, like, deleted Reddit pages. Bro, insane! And we've got the photograph of James Charles sending a nude, and I've been able to cross-reference it with James Charles's bedroom, like his actual bedroom. He took a tour with US Weekly and showed his house, and in there you can see the exact same bed frame and the exact same photographs in the background with James Charles's butt naked. I'm actually shaking. I can't believe that. Y'all better blow up this motherfucking video. Oh my god. Now, what I'm about to show you is extremely sensitive and is the primary reason why it has taken me so long to get part 2 together. Because upon finding this information, I had to alert the FBI, as I was able to do something that I wasn't able to do before. I was able to cross-reference these photos with images of James Charles's own home, most specifically his bedroom.
I wish that I could say this is the last time that I would make a mistake, but it won't be.
Oh my god, you tried to trick a straight man into thinking he's gay yet again, and somehow you're the victim.
Sucks, and it is ridiculously embarrassing to admit this, but I'm desperate.
I don't have facial hair. I don't have any facial hair. You see that? No, I don't look 18 years old.
And that James had flown him out to California, and they spent the entire fucking weekend together.
Dear Santa, I hope you can give my good friend James a nice boyfriend so I can have a little more personal space.
My For You page and Explore page are not dating apps, and I will stop treating them as if they are.
The things that I said in my past video are not all true.
He then provided me with receipts of a voice memo from a YouTuber who was allegedly sexually molested by James Charles, and it's credible.
He really thought, I have money, you're gonna sleep with me. It was very disgusting.
Story told me about how James Charles tries to take advantage of my younger 14-year-old brother.
Hello, I'm the younger brother. I'm a lot older now, obviously. I'm 19.
What happens when YouTube's biggest star gets cancelled, beats it, and seemingly remains untouchable? And more importantly, what happens next? Before the apologies, before the retractions, and before the internet turned its back on him, James Charles was the golden boy of YouTube. Then came Bye Sister, a digital bombshell that not only fractured friendships, but it fractured the platform itself. Allegations, drama, a media frenzy followed, but James Charles seemed to get through it all. In part 1, James Charles exposed receipts, regrets, and red flags. We broke down all of the chaos that surrounded one of YouTube's biggest scandals. And realistically, part 1 lays down the essential foundation needed for part 2, unlocking all of the pivotal events that led to Bye Sister, and why that video has become so much more relevant today. In part 1, we spoke about the fact that this wasn't just beauty guru drama. It was a turning point in YouTube history, one that changed the landscape forever. We explored how YouTube itself stepped in to protect one of its biggest stars, allegedly organizing meetings between James Charles, Jeffree Star, as well as Tati Westbrook. We also examined serious allegations brought up by 2 straight men. Allegations that were later retracted, but did leave a lasting impact. And we analyze how James was able to flip the narrative with two very different and contrasting responses that essentially gained the public favor. Even major drama channels were forced to backtrack and retract previous statements. But the drama didn't end there. We also spoke about the infamous voice note, the one from Jeffree Star that was rumored to be about an alleged incident between James Charles and Grayson Dolan. A piece of gossip so dark that it never saw the light of day. But it was allegedly heard by multiple sources who alleged that the Jeffree Star voice note was credible and true. And just as the world was beginning to turn a page, James Charles stood at a crossroads. Likely backed by PR companies and firms, PR professionals, legal advisors, and perhaps even YouTube itself, they attempted to allegedly rewrite history. So what did James do with this golden opportunity? Well, that's where part 2 begins. James had the chance to evolve, to rise above scandal, to take accountability and become the role model that he often claimed himself to be. But did he? Or more tellingly, did he ever intend to? I cannot stress enough that in order to understand part 2, you will have to watch part 1. It is long, it is tedious, but it is completely and totally necessary. So buckle up for part 2 because the answers are not what you expect. So from where we left off in part 1, James Charles had a completely clean slate, a positive image, and somehow from Dramageddon 2.0, we get into Dramageddon 3.0, where Tati Westbrook would apologize to James Charles, but would also detail who may have had a hand in forcing her to make the Bye Sisters video. So let's go back to school and note all of the important things it is that Tati Westbrook said in Breaking My Silence, as well as her involvement in Dramageddon 2.0. So in the Breaking My Silence video, Tati Westbrook states that she is reading from a script, and this was upon the advice of her legal counsel. She also states that she misses her audience and hopes that this will explain why she has been gone for about a year.
I am going to be reading from what is approved by my legal team at the advice of my legal counsel. And I'm sorry that you haven't seen me in a while. And I'm hoping that this video clears up a lot of the reasons why I felt I could not be online over the past couple of months.
She then goes on to speak about some Jesus stuff, stating that she, looks to prayer, yada, 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 before stating that she is only human and that she has made some bad choices, and that she too may have fell victim to herd mentality.
I do my best to be caring, kind, and loving, and I screw up, and I make bad choices. We're made to feel like we have to follow the herd. If enough people have one opinion about something, it feels like the masses turn the tide really quickly. And I've witnessed that, and I feel like I've experienced that with my own scandal.
She states that this is an attempt to clear up her poisoned reputation, and that she will be uncovering all of the parties involved in her decision-making.
The reality is, every day I've struggled quietly trying to rebuild my now poisoned reputation. The heartbreak that was born from the scandal still lingers, and I feel it won't ever have the opportunity to completely heal until I uncover the truth from all parties involved and their motivation of it all.
She also states that she has had to remain voiceless whilst being the victim of unrelentless hate.
For over a year now, every time the scandal is revisited, either in the mainstream media or through social platforms, I become the #1 target of relentless hate while remaining voiceless.
She starts off by saying from the jump that she was manipulated by the parties involved and was actually scared of saying her truth.
I've lost over a year of my life terrified of social media and terrified of speaking up against the people that used, coerced, and manipulated me into uploading my video in May of last year.
She states that this situation has been extremely detrimental to her physical as well as her mental health, and that it has been extremely damaging to her business. Lawsuit pending? ?
My mental and physical health suffered. My businesses suffered. It was all I could do to pull myself together for the launch of Tati Beauty. I was so upset that I continued to lose weight. I couldn't sleep, and slowly I became a shell of my former self. I had intended on pursuing fertility treatments in 2019. My mind and body were just too frail to support a pregnancy. As a result, the damage to my health, relationships, reputation, business, and general well-being have been enormous.
She states that the last thing it is that she needs to do is release voice memos and receipts. Basically, a little silent nod that she has the voice memos and receipts if she needs them.
Our world seems to be falling apart all around us, so the last thing you need me to do is fuel more hate by releasing my receipts and voice memos.
She states after part 2 of the Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson series came out, that she and James Charles have since repaired their friendship. James stated to Tati that he would love to stand next to her as she makes this video alongside her, but she stated that she needs to do it alone, before then going on to say that she's sorry to James Charles. Publicly.
Back in December 2019, after Shane and Jeffrey's series ended, James Charles came to my LA home and we compared DMs, texts, and stories about what had happened behind the scenes. We apologized to each other, forgave each other, and agreed to wait patiently until it was safe for me to share my story. Since that night, James Charles has repeatedly said that he wanted to be beside me for this video. But I felt it was important that I do it alone because he deserves my first apology. And I am really sorry, James. And I've said that privately, but I want you to hear it publicly. I'm sorry.
Tati states that at the time that she made her video, she believes that James Charles was acting entitled.
Prior to the scandal last May, I'd started growing frustrated with what I perceived as a progressing sense of entitlement. And I felt that he was making some detrimental choices that could jeopardize his career and safety.
However, she then goes on to state that she didn't lie in her video and everything it is that she said was the truth. However, she makes very clear that she did not assert that James Charles was a predator in any capacity.
I was very worried and heartbroken, but I did not lie in that video. I never called James Charles a predator. And I never said that James Charles was a danger to society. My video was not made with any malice.
She also goes on to state that at the time there were some extremely concerning stories that she was being told behind the scenes about James Charles that prompted her to take action.
I did not publicly air any of the horrific accusations that were being made behind the scenes.
She states that contrary to popular belief, this video was not about vitamins, but was about the poison lies that she was told by Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson. Now, this is the first time that we find out that Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star are involved in this together. To begin with, we thought that Jeffree Star was involved, but nobody had thought that Shane Dawson had any role in this entire situation.
I did not make my video because of vitamins. I made it as a result of all of the poisonous lies that were fed to me by Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star. James Charles's Sugar Bear Hair sponsorship and all of the drama that had kicked up afterwards, that was just my breaking point. Yes, I'm a grown woman. I'm smart. I can usually spot deceit and manipulation a mile away, but my guard was down from being heartbroken, and I allowed myself to be worked by Shane, Jeffree, and others.
She states that she didn't get rid of the Bi Sister video because of any legalities or anything like that, which were the rumors that were swirling around at the time, but she actually took it down because YouTube told her to.
After my video went up, I was never served a lawsuit or any cease and desist letters. I only privated my video at the request of YouTube because YouTube said it was a bad look for their platform.
She then goes on to say some of the most victim-baiting shit that I have ever heard in my life, and quote, "James, I am sorry that I allowed myself to be poisoned and weaponized against you. I'm sorry that I bought into any of their lies, believing those lies and allowing myself to be gaslit into making that video is one of the biggest regrets of my life." Talk about completely removing your own autonomy.
James, I am so sorry that I allowed myself to be poisoned and weaponized against you. I'm sorry that I bought into any of their lies. Believing those lies and allowing myself to be gaslit into making that video is one of the biggest regrets of my life. I should have tried harder to reach you over those concerns in person, and I'm sorry for giving up on you.
She goes on to state that the information that she was getting from Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star, assumably, was extremely terrifying, and that she wanted James to seek help. And she was told that victims would be coming forward to share their story. It's very much giving to me like you wanted to get ahead of the drama before you were included.
The information they were giving me was terrifying. I thought your career and freedom were in jeopardy. I was trying to get you to put your phone down and seek help because I was told there were a lot of victims that were going to come forward to destroy you. I was foolish for believing them. I was scared. I thought if I called you out, you would put your phone down and stop the detrimental behavior I was being made to believe was true.
Tati states that she wanted to be a good example for Jeffree Star, and that's why they had a prolonged friendship, whilst also proactively downplaying how close they were by saying, you know, I only went to his house a couple of times. Girl, if you went to somebody's house, that's your friend.
I knew that Jeffree had had a lot of drama in his past, but when he came to me, he presented himself as someone who had changed and was trying to be better. I saw his pain and I felt that I could be a positive influence. During those first 2 years of knowing Jeffree, it's important to note that we did not actually spend much time together. I was invited a few times to go to his home, but I usually declined. On the 2 occasions that I did go to his home, I did not stay long because I don't smoke marijuana and I just don't like to be around it. Likewise, he came to my home on a few occasions and he also did not stay long. So the vast majority of our relationship was primarily by FaceTime, telephone, or text.
She then goes on to apologize to Jackie Aina, which for me personally is extremely performative, and not because of my past with Jackie Aina in any capacity, but at the time this video was released, it was in the midst of the BLM protests, and Jackie Aina, obviously being a Black content creator, it wasn't a very good look for her to be extremely friendly with Jeffree Star. And since Jeffree Star no longer served or benefited her, it was time to apologize to Jackie Aina.
Which brings me back to another long overdue apology. Jackie Aina. Jackie, the moment that Jeffree went off on you, the day before my first video collab with him went live, I should have run for the hills. I was naive. I was excited about the video. I got it twisted that you had provoked Jeffree because you were angry that I had filmed with someone who had a history of being labeled by others as a racist. Jackie, I'm sorry that I did not do the right thing and walk away from him then. I should have not been blind to the reasons behind the accusations of his racism. I shouldn't have defended him, and I regret any of the pain that I may have caused you.
She states that Jeffree Star has blackmail material on numerous different people that he holds against them and above their head. So ask the audience to be gracious to those who find it very hard to come up against Jeffree Star. Based on the information, it might be that he's holding above their head.
One thing that he did that did concern me a lot was how he would frequently comment about how much dirt he held on other brand owners and members of our YouTube community. I believe that he actually held blackmail material on many people and was capable of destroying the entire community. This worried me about him, and I stayed and I tried my best to be a positive influence. We need to forgive the people that he is holding hostage with veiled threats of exposure. We need to be prepared to forgive them. Otherwise, this won't stop.
She then goes on to state that Jeffree was obsessed with talking about James Charles and speaking negatively about him behind his back constantly.
Back in 2019, Jeffree started talking a lot more crap about James Charles than usual. It seemed that doing so had become his biggest obsession. I even met with Jeffree in his Killer Merch offices in March to discuss Jeffree developing and managing my merch. And as we were touring his warehouse that was filled with sisters' apparel, it seemed that all he could do was speak poorly of James Charles.
She states that Shane Dawson didn't just know about By Sister, but he also asked to make the thumbnail and help edit the video, to which she declined and wanted to do by herself.
Shane Dawson didn't just know about my By Sister video. He offered to help edit it. He even offered to design the thumbnail and help title it. I declined his offer, but his gesture supported and reinforced for me that he was telling the truth. Why else would he jeopardize his career? So surely Jeffree was telling the truth too.
She stated that the audio it is that Jeffree Star was toting around wasn't enough to go to the authorities with, but it was enough to scare her, which is very much exactly the same as what Blair White had said about the audio when she heard it.
The night before I did film, Jeffree sent me what he claimed was an audio file from an alleged victim and told me to listen to the pain in their voice. The audio was clearly a small portion of a larger conversation. It wasn't enough for me to contact the authorities. It was enough to scare me.
She stated that after Bye Sisters went out, that she was extremely concerned that James Charles could potentially end his life, and confided in Shane some of her concerns. To which Shane said that James is a narcissist and he would never do that. Basically alluding to the fact that if James Charles had actually done something, that would have been on Shane's hands, and hers too, by proxy.
The night before posting my video Bye Sister, I texted Shane sharing my concerns for James Charles, that he was out of the country on the high floor of a hotel and I was afraid for him hurting himself. Shane texted me back and said that I should not be nervous about the 50th floor, that James Charles was a narcissist and that he would never do that.
After Tati was assured by Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson that after her video that victims would come forward, no victims came forward, meaning that Tati Westbrook was completely fucked.
After a few days of Jeffree fanning the flames on Twitter, no victims appeared as they had stated would happen, and no evidence came forward as they stated would happen.
After the Bye Sister video, Shane Dawson didn't contact Tati Westbrook ever again, making her feel extremely used. But not just that, Jeffree Star had made her feel scared for her life. Now, this feels to me like an extreme over-dramatization because I don't know why she would feel scared for her life with Jeffree Star, but she states that she had to amp up her security and move out of the area.
The last time I spoke with either Jeffree or Shane on the phone was the night before Jeffree's Never Doing This Again video, shortly after the relationship dissolved entirely, and I was so confused. I felt that I was a liability to them and that I knew too much, so I put all of my text messages and other files on a hard drive and told a few people that I was afraid for my life. Last fall, I became so afraid to stay in my LA home that I bulk filmed a lot of videos and I left town in October to get away from it all. I've been terrified for a very long time. So much so that I had to relocate again 2 months ago, and I have taken serious security precautions to ensure my safety.
She states that she can't speak out about what it is that she found out for legal reasons, but states that Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson were the catalyst and the reason for why everything happened the way that it did.
It wasn't until the series ended in December, when James Charles and I met, that I started to realize what had actually happened. And the pieces of what we believe actually happened are coming together. On the advice of my attorneys, I cannot share with all of you right now the evidence that we have accumulated of the events that have occurred. However, there will soon come a day where we will be able to present this evidence and you will be able to see why it is we believe that Jeffree and Shane are responsible for so much of the damage that has been caused.
Now, in this section, Tati Westbrook repeatedly talks about damage to her reputation as well as her businesses, which is giving to me, at least, that she is definitely trying to seek damages for what it is that she believes that Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson had caused. However, I would like to counter that Tati Westbrook is responsible for her own actions and has her own autonomy. Like, obviously, this is not the same situation, but it's very much giving to me. Remember, like, the whole situation with Gypsy Rose Blanchard? Like, yes, she didn't directly kill her mother, but she definitely had a hand in the decisions that were made that evening. So despite Gypsy Rose being a victim of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, even though she was the victim of prolonged and maintained abuse, she was still responsible for her own actions. So I don't know how she's trying to kind of remove herself from this when, girl, you made your own decisions. And weren't you like almost 40 at the time?
I've also recently been informed that Jeffree is allegedly a co-owner of Morphe. I do not think it's a coincidence that Morphe is about to launch their own brand of hair, skin, nail gummy vitamins. I do not think it was just Shane and Jeffree that stood to benefit from my being silenced, and I have every intention of getting to the truth.
She then states what we were all thinking throughout the video, that she is going to be seeking damages. She speaks with a lot of legalese about how what Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star had said about her was defamatory.
In early May, when Jeffree went on a podcast and denied responsibility for his involvement and placed blame on me, it was both cowardly and defamatory. Last week, when Shane issued his statements about his involvement in all of this, I also perceived them as cowardly and defamatory. As for everyone else involved that did anything underhanded or defamatory over the last year, I am still well within the statute of limitations for bringing a civil action to seek recovery for my damages. Should I proceed with this course of actions, my attorneys will be deposing all witnesses who have information about the truth of what happened here.
Before finally apologizing to her audience for everything that has taken place and basically stating that she will resume making videos soon.
To the incredible people who watch my videos because they love makeup as much as I do, I'm so sorry that this situation caused so much pain and frustration. And I truly miss you all. And I'm working really hard to heal myself, to become strong again, so that I can come back to this platform that I hold so dear.
She also states that whilst her video is indeed monetized, that all of the money that she gets from monetization will be going to a charity it is that she has supported for a long time. The end. And shortly after the Tati Westbrook Breaking My Silence video, in fact, I would say like live at the time, Shane Dawson was on a live stream on Instagram Live watching the video whilst the rest of us were watching it, basically having one of the biggest meltdowns it is that I've seen on social media, screaming at the TV and calling her a liar.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. This is so fucked. This is oh my God, okay. I'm live because I can't even process, I need a drink of water. I fucking can't process this. This is insane. This is insane. This is insane. This woman is a fucking, oh my God. I'm gonna wait till as many people get in here as possible because I'm losing my mind. Keep playing it. Keep playing it.
I didn't know I was making a video. So how is it that so many editorial outlets knew that something was coming before I...
Because you message drama channels! Oh my God. Oh my God.
I struggled with the decision
Oh my God.
to film my video for days. The night before I did film, Jeffree sent me what he claimed was an audio file from an alleged victim and told me to listen to the pain in their voice. The audio was clearly a small portion of the conversation. It wasn't enough for me to contact the authorities. It was enough to scare me.
Well, then why would you make a video on the matter claiming these allegations?
Because she is a fucking... I can't. I don't want to say mean things about people. This is insane. This is insane. This person literally... Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Keep pressing play. I need to get through this video so I can fucking... Oh my God.
As a victim of abuse myself...
Oh my God. You are so manipulative.
Think of facing public.
You're fake crying. You are fake crying. You are fake crying. That is not real. Oh my God. Oh my God.
To contact authorities.
Oh my God.
It was not my
Oh my
place.
God. I was molested. I have been. Oh my God.
Victim.
That is not.
And I made no mention of it in my video.
Oh my God.
Get off.
However, it's important to note that the timing of Tati Westbrook's Breaking My Silence video was absolutely chef's kiss impeccable. Shane Dawson was already receiving a lot of negative attention about some of the old content it is that he used to produce. Inappropriate content that included, at times, minors as well as animals. Ugh. People dragged up old videos and podcasts of Shane Dawson talking really detailed and graphically about what he would like to do to a minor and a baby.
Oh, I'm a cheerleader. And I'm like, oh, really? And she shows me her Instagrams, which are like, first of all, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but like, she's like sexy. She's like sexy.
You're disgusting.
I know. Listen, we've talked about
But this before. It's Shane, like, do not say this. And like, I don't even want to talk about it. Like, you will get arrested.
So why is it when somebody looks at Google's like baby on Google and to it, they can get arrested? I don't understand.
Because
so I typed in baby. First of all, They were sexy. Okay, back to the Instagram. So I look at this little girl's pictures, and she had makeup on. She had her tongue out. She was doing like the peace sign. She was doing a backflip.
Is she like Honey Boo Boo? Is she fat?
No, she was like the skinny little sexy 6-year-old.
There were videos brought up of Shane Dawson speaking to his cousin, who was a minor at the time, and asking her very sexually inappropriate questions.
We want to know. We have a question.
What is it? Very important question. And you don't need to feel shy about it.
No, really?
It's natural.
It's natural. Is there anybody around? No?
It's natural for a girl at your age.
Yeah. So we want to talk to you. We want to explain what's... We did get real quiet. I want to
Where's the other peep? We should probably explain.
We'll just we'll use peeps. Okay, well, one peep and then we'll use you.
Oh.
Okay. So I'll just pretend like that's, you know. I mean, that works.
Let's see, this happens.
See, oh.
And then you're so happy when you're an adult. I can't believe I'm endorsing this.
Talking about sexually gratifying himself with a dog and a cat.
The things I've done to my poor animals, they will never love me. I've done terrible things. I used to... Well,
Oh no, I don't know if you want to go there, Shane. What'd you do?
one time, I laid my cat down on her
Are
back.
you gonna get arrested for this?
I don't know. No.
Think about it.
I don't think so.
As well as some old screenshots of Shane Dawson asking his minor fans to send photos of themselves doing sexually suggestive things. This went beyond the blackface videos. He was being called out in a major way, and he knew that. He even DM'd me at the time telling me that he was terrified of losing it all. So this was when Shane Dawson was already setting the wheels in motion for his very own apology video. And then Tati Westbrook dropped her bombshell. A few hours after Tati Westbrook's video went live, Shane Dawson actually took to Twitter to write a notes statement, completely removing himself from the situation, and it didn't go very well. Welcome to the circus. My final words on the beauty world. A few questions I have been getting lately. 1. Did I know that she was thinking about making a video? Yes. 2. Did I tell her to make a video? No. 3. Did I have any involvement in the video? No. 4. Did I orchestrate it? No. 5. Did I need that kind of drama to make a good series? No. 6. Have I ever tried to ruin a career or make someone look bad in my 15 years on YouTube? No. 7. Do I have a track record of getting into drama with people or having fights with other YouTubers? No. 8. Am I innocent and don't have huge anxiety-provoking regrets about how I could have helped everyone handle everything better? No, I've had a pit in my stomach since this all happened. Now on to my final thoughts on the beauty world and my experience in it. The Conspiracy Palette was one of the best experiences of my life. The series with Jeffree changed my life and me as a person. It helped me be more confident to stand up for myself, which I've always been bad at. So to honor that series and what I learned from it, I'm gonna say this. The beauty gurus who are always involved in scandal are all the fucking same. They are all attention-seeking, game-playing, egocentric, narcissistic, vengeful, two-faced, ticking time bombs ready to explode. And I'm over it. Yes, they are talented, creative, and smart and love makeup, but they also joined a side of the internet that is obsessed with looks, money, power, frame, screenshots, and subtweets, releasing private texts, voice memos, emojis, and the other receipts as a way to paint yourself in a particular light or someone else in a bad light is weird to me, and I will never engage in that. This is a game that they know how to play, and I would rather eat my own hands off than play it. Yes, Jeffree is in that list of dramatic gurus, and he would admit that. And he will always be family to me, and I love him despite those characteristics. He is very aware of the fact that I don't agree with many of the way that he approaches situations, and I have been very honest with him about needing to make some changes. But as far as being in the beauty world, I can't take drama anymore, and it's not how I'm wired, so I'm out. It's draining, exhausting, depressing, and sometimes amazing. But for me, the amazing is outweighed by the bad. I can't have a pit in my stomach every day waiting for the next scandal or the next exposed video. It's going to give me health issues, and I'm done caring about it anymore. I have never been involved in drama with another YouTuber ever, and the second I decided to do a beauty series, boom, I'm in the hurricane. So did I plan Dramageddon? Are you serious? No. Do people in the YouTube world come to me like a grandma and tell me their problems and ask me for advice? Yes. Is it easy for me to get wrapped up in something potentially toxic if I think someone I love is hurting or upset? Yes. It's one issue I need to work on, and I have been working on. When she told me how upset she was in person, I had the same reaction the world did when they saw her video. I felt awful, and she seemed broken. So I tried to be there for her and be someone that she could talk to about it. Was I shocked that Tati read his ass for fucking filth? Yes. I wasn't acting. I didn't know it was going to be that intense. Looking back, I still believe her on a lot of the things it is that she said. And I believe she felt that it was what she needed to do at the time. Does she regret it? Probably. Does it mean that we should see James as some poor, innocent, sweet angel? No. Don't get it twisted. Him and Jeffree have always been at the top of the dramatic guru list, and I mean that with love. Did I warn James about the video? No. Why? For reasons that I will never discuss. We've spoken privately on it, and that is that. Do I think that James is the devil? No. I think that Tati was sick of being treated like shit by many in the industry and finally snapped. And damn, did she fucking snap all the way off. Holy shit. She really said fuck it and beat her face for the gods, popped on a ring light and went full Game of Thrones on that shit. Say what you want about her or that video, but that shit will be in the history books. Fucking YouTube Rewind even gave it an acknowledgement. Damn. Okay. Sorry, back to my rant. Do I think that Jeffree was also upset by some issues with James and some things it is that he heard behind the scenes? Yes. Was Jeffree excited to see a competitor fall? Probably. He's Jeffree fucking Star. What do you expect? I think I missed the part where he got baptized and dedicated his life to Christ. Did Jeffree take it too far and fuck up big time by tweeting what he did? Yes. And that's one of the biggest regrets of his life. This all happened over a year ago, and I'm really sick of hearing about it and having people constantly using it as a way to keep my name and other people's names tagged together in drama videos. Don't get it twisted. Drama will never end with a lot of these people. It's their game, their survival, their drug. They love it. This specific drama went too far, obviously, and hopefully something like this will never happen again. Putting drama in the trailer was something that I regret more than anything in the world, and I'm mad that I chose tea over my morals. I'm really sorry to Tati and James for putting their drama in this series at all. It felt like I was reopening up wounds. Although I did speak to both of them privately about the trailer, I shouldn't have even done it at all. Drama might be fun to watch, but it's not fun to get wrapped up in, and it's my fault for letting that happen, and I'm sick of being trapped in the middle of it. Do I want to be involved ever again? Fuck no. Remember to not expect these gurus to maintain some high moral code. And we shouldn't have some, they must be perfect or they're all cancelled mentality. The reason you watch these people is because they are so extra. They are dramatic. And if you keep cancelling them and wanting them to go away, then who will you talk about? You don't go to the circus to watch the hay on the ground. You watch to see the over-the-top performers who just want to be liked and want to do whatever they can to get your attention. If you don't want to feed into it, then don't. But before all the drama-free gurus pop off at me and say, well, I'm not involved in drama and I'm perfect. Girl, please. Your top viewed videos are probably top makeup fails and anti-hauls with vomit emojis all over the screen, and that's okay. I love those videos. But let's not pretend that the beauty world isn't negativity first and makeup second. It's just how it is, and I'm sick of people pretending to be so above it all. With that said, I love watching beauty channels of all sizes and will continue to watch and support them. The dramatic ones, the non-dramatic ones, and even the ones who genuinely love to show their makeup skills. Sadly, those channels get way less views for the reasons I have stated above. So go enjoy the gurus, enjoy the circus. Unsubscribe from me if you are mad that I am no longer engaging in it. Unsubscribe to the gurus who you don't like. Subscribe to gurus that you do like. Just don't take the beauty world as seriously as I did, or as so many of us did in 2019. It's not worth it, and I feel like we all lost a bit of our soul during Dramageddon. As for my channels, I'm done with the beauty world. I love that I was able to create with Jeffrey, and I'm sure people are going to assume that I did it for money, but that's not true. I am just choosing no longer to be a part of that world. I will still watch beauty videos, buy and play with makeup, and be a part of it in my life offline. But as for it being a part of that world on YouTube, I don't think it's for me. I need to get back to why I started YouTube in 2005, and that was to make things and to bring joy, not drama, and to make movies one day. Makeup for now will just be a fun hobby that I have to help with my anxiety, like slime or emotional eating. And that sounds really good to me right now. So as you can imagine, Shane Dawson's apology video didn't go down very well, because basically he shitted on an entire beauty community, a community of which he was still profiting from. Be that by his collaboration with Jeffree Star or in his documentary series around the beauty world. And it was clear, at least to me, that this statement had come from a place of anger. And due to his own hands not being entirely clean, he just came across as a total asshole. So on the 27th of June 2020, Shane Dawson made his apology video titled Taking Accountability. Now, for the majority of the video, he mostly speaks about his past content, but in the last 5 minutes, he speaks about the Tati Westbrook situation. Now, in this video, he basically states that Tati Westbrook's assertion that he was the mastermind behind the whole Bye Sister video was completely false. He admits that his Notes app statement was completely in bad taste. He then apologizes to James for saying that he needed a slice of humble pie, which is like the least aggravating thing it is that he said. He then goes on to apologize to the beauty community, and then he ends by stating that he's going to commit to putting positivity into the world.
Last week, I went on Twitter, and it had been about 2 weeks of me getting people constantly saying, address it, address it, address it, talking about the James and Tati situation. I was just going to ignore it. And then when I started hearing, oh, Shane mastermind, the whole thing, it didn't sit well with me because it's not true. So when I finally addressed it, I wrote this Twitter note, which was such a mistake. I wrote it I had a restock for the conspiracy collection, and I woke up and I felt really weird. Like, we had been pushing the restock for so long that we finally had to do it. And when I woke up and it was out, I just felt so weird. I felt so guilty. I didn't want to I couldn't enjoy it. I didn't want to enjoy this restock when there's something that I haven't addressed that people are really, really upset at me for. So I sat down and I wrote that essay, which I wrote it to be funny. It didn't come across that way. It came across very angry, which it was, but it was also supposed to be funny. It just was a huge miss in every single way. So the part of the Twitter note that I regret more than anything in my life was the part where I said that James deserved a slice of humble pie the size of the Empire State Building. I only want to talk about this situation with love because I feel like that note had so much anger in it. It was just not good. And so I'm going to come at this situation by first apologizing. I'm sorry, James. I'm really sorry. First of all, nobody deserves what happened. Nobody. The whole internet ganging up on someone. Nobody deserved that. And who am I to say that somebody needs to be humbled? Me. Like, who am I to say that? I literally have put so much hate onto the internet over my last 15 years of YouTube world. Like, I have put so much shit, and I'm sitting here like, well, because I changed and because I'm nice and this and that, like, yeah, you need to be humbled. It's like, that sucks. I hate that. That was so immature and gross, and I'm so sorry. And I know a lot of people were saying that, well, why did you say you're leaving the beauty community? You were never in it. And you're right. I don't know why I said that. That was stupid. I was never in the beauty world because a lot of the beauty people that I watch, and I'm not just saying that, I think a lot of people think I'm lying when I say I really love the makeup world and I'm really invested in it. I'm not lying. For the last year, I've been watching beauty channels every day. My whole homepage is just beauty channels, and it's smaller ones. So to know that I hurt those people who aren't problematic and who just love makeup and who have been working their ass off for years, for me to shit on that, I am so sorry. Also, I'm aware of how hypocritical it is for me to say I'm above this tea and drama channels and drama, and I'm not like that, and that is so stupid. It's so dumb. At that moment, I was so upset with certain things. It was just me being upset. And it is hypocritical. I mean, I watch drama videos, but when it's about me, oh, now it's a problem. And I'm aware of how hypocritical that is, and I'm so sorry. This is a huge one. I'm aware that I hold my friends or people I care about to a lower standard than I hold other people. That's wrong, and I'm so sorry. I think I get attached to people who have a heart, and maybe it's covered in a lot of stuff and maybe they have a lot of issues, but I almost feel like I am attracted to other broken people who have issues, and I want to help them, I want to fix them, or I want to help people see a better side of them. And I'm aware that I'm friends with some people that, you know, have done some bad things on the internet, and I don't condone it and I don't co-sign it, and that is something that I've always addressed with them privately. I'm ready to own up to this stuff, and I'm ready to hopefully show you guys that it's okay to admit when you're wrong.
Jeffree Star, however, did not do the same. He did the most overproduced 10-minute video on the infamous golden puke-colored couch. And this video was titled Doing What's Right, which was released on July 19th, 2020. Now, we won't discuss in detail what it is that Jeffree Star said in this video because it was basically exactly the same as his taking accountability video, that he won't be pulling receipts and that he's committed to peace. The only thing it is that he states is that the idea that he was attempting to take somebody down is completely untrue, and that was likely aimed at Tati Westbrook in her video. And he apologizes to James once again for not reaching out to him directly throughout the Dramageddon 2.0 situation. Well, that should be it, right? No more drama. Well, with the growing list of straight men and even minors making allegations against James Charles and his alleged inappropriate behavior, this whole situation didn't end with no more lies or even breaking my silence. It just didn't end. No lessons learned. So with that being said, let's get into it. Let's get into every single James Charles allegation that may or may not have merit. Yes, this is going to be long. It only took one video, No More Lies, for James Charles to flip an entire narrative and have the whole internet silenced. Overnight, the tide had turned. Anybody who spoke out about him, whether it was sharing personal accounts or flogging suspicious behavior, was branded a clout chaser. The message was clear. Speak up and you'll be mocked, doubted, and discredited. James Charles wasn't just offended, he became untouchable. But before we get into how that armor was created, we need to first rewind back to what many think is the beginning. Spoiler, it's not. In this chapter, we will be speaking about every single person who came forward with allegations against James Charles, starting with the first one. Matthew. Matthew was just 16 years old when he first started interacting with James Charles in 2020. In their initial exchange, James Charles asked for an age check. And from there, Matthew alleges that he clearly stated that he was 16 years old. Matthew alleges that the conversation pretty much stopped, but then reignited on Snapchat, where Matthew alleges that James Charles allegedly sent him an unsolicited nude photo. According to Matthew, when he confronted James, James went on to block him. Matthew's story was first acknowledged in 2021 when he finally came public with his story. But nobody really paid attention to it, and it didn't really gain legs until 2023 when there was even more James Charles allegations that were coming out.
On how I was one of James Charles' victims. Now, this happened almost exactly 3 years ago now. I was 16, just had turned 16 a few months before, and there's some people are going to be like, why are you making this video right now? I'll tell you right fucking now why. Because I have been seeing some stuff about him, like, unveiling a new palette or something, like, next week. And some people are like, I know he's controversial, but, like, his makeup is just so good. He's a fucking freak. Like, he needs to be locked away. Everything that has ever been said about him online regarding this topic, I 100% believe because I have firsthand knowledge. So here we go. November 7th, 2020, 9:24. Age check. You're thinking, could be harmless. He's just asking for my age. Yeah, it wasn't. So this is a really complicated but also uncomplicated situation, which is why I never talked about it because I just didn't have the heart to. But basically, he DM'd me that, and I responded and I said, I'm a very mature 16. Now I understand right off the bat, I shouldn't be talking like that. I should not be egging someone on like this or like trying to like entice them. That wasn't my intent, I'm sure, but that's definitely how it came off, and I understand that now. But that being said, no matter what, I was a child and he was like 22. Like, and it was also James Charles. So you're 16 and you're seeing this and it's like insane. I didn't know what to do. My brain was so like, it was empty. I had no thoughts going through. I had no idea what to do. I already said that, but it's so true. Whatever, I really, like, at the end of the day, there's nothing I could have said. He should have just stopped the conversation. He was the adult. So we had like maybe 5 texts back and forth on Instagram. It was, age check, I'm a very mature 16. Oh damn, don't want to catch a case. And then after that, it was just like kind of stupid. Like, that should have been end of conversation. But then he proceeded to add me on Snapchat. So this is 10:23. So an hour after this, or after I had responded to him and had the conversation. Now, again, you could just be like, oh, he could have added you on Snap before he got your age and thought maybe you were 18, like whatever. No, this was, I'm telling you right now, this was after that. So you can believe that or not. But he then proceeded to snap me, and we snapped for a while, didn't really talk much, like whatever. Then I get this snap one day. Now, this is November 24th, 2020, James Charles. I don't know if this was the actual snap. I don't have any screenshots of my snaps, but I opened this snap, and I swear to God, it was a full ass pic of like him in a mirror, something, whatever. And I was just like, oh, what the fuck? To which he responded, what did I send? I said, you just sent a child your ass pic, actually. And then, I kid you not, he said, oops, sorry, that was for my kitty girls group chat. Or maybe someone else. I don't know. Sorry. Blocked me immediately. Right then and there. And that's all I have to say on the topic. That's all I need to say. I don't really care if anyone believes me. I was in the situation. I know what happened to me. I know that people might want to try to blame me for saying what I said to him, but like, I was a child. He had the upper hand. He needed to have not done what he did, and he did it anyway. And he needs to reap the consequences. And yeah, maybe people should stop supporting him or something.
But even though Matthew's story was beginning to pick up and a lot of people were beginning to listen, a lot of people decided that they weren't going to pay attention to it because the story was quote unquote dated. Even though Matthew's version of events alleged that James Charles had sent inappropriate content to a minor. This is the first recognized instance of an allegation of James Charles being inappropriate with a minor, even though there was one prior to that with a 14-year-old boy, which we will discuss a little bit later. However, despite Matthew posting about this prior to 2021, Matthew's account is only being listened to and recognized now because a lot of people are realizing in hindsight that there was really a lack of motivation for Matthew to have made these claims in 2020. Next up, we have Isaiah, known online as Red Zay. He also alleges that he was only 16 years old when he came out with his story in 2021. Now, his account became the most important one because this was the only one that made James Charles have to come forward and issue a public statement. Isaiah's allegations centered around grooming and manipulation. He claims that James Charles consistently and persistently tried to message him inappropriately and used his celebrity in order to pursue this interaction. This accusation marked a turning point in public discourse, with Isaiah becoming a recognizable figure when we speak about the minor allegations with James Charles.
Okay, so trigger warning. I will be talking about grooming and James Charles, so if you get triggered by any of those, keep scrolling, but if not, watch this video, please. So last Wednesday on the 17th, James Charles snapped me on Snapchat. He added me back because I had snapped him a while ago, just like a fan to influencer conversation. I was excited because he's my biggest influencer-wise, and I've always looked up to him, so I was excited to get his message back. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to post proof of it right now. This is the notification that I got when he Snapchatted me first. And just for further proof, he deleted the chat. I don't know what he deleted, but that's me opening his Snapchat. I went into the bathroom, and I guess he saw the bathroom light, so he started making the conversation very sexual, and it made me really uncomfortable. So after sending me that first picture of his body, explicitly, he sent me multiple after that. I was getting really uncomfortable, so I told him my age. I told him I'm 16. Meanwhile, he's 21. He's a grown man. And then he proceeds to say, oh, but I didn't even get to see meaning my body. And after telling him, no, I'm not gonna send it to you, he kept on asking for pictures and videos of body hair and me flexing and stuff. He proceeded to ask to FaceTime me, which I then said no to, and then I asked why. And this is what he said. It's sad to say that I can't even look up at my biggest influence the same again. I've heard multiple stories about him doing this to people, but you never believe it until it happens to you. So now I'm a big believer of what James Charles does to other people, and it sucks because he has so much going for him, and he does this to himself.
Shortly after Isaiah's allegations went viral, James Charles publicly addressed the allegations in a Notes app statement again. Not because he felt compelled to, in my personal opinion, but I believe it was more so because of the brewing strained relationship between James Charles and one of the brands it is that he was working with, Morphe. So on February 26, 2021, James Charles then comes forward to address the allegations, stating, "There is a video going around about me on TikTok and Twitter of a guy calling me a groomer, and I want to address this the right way. The accusation that I have groomed this person is completely false. Last week, I came across someone in my Instagram Explore page, saw that he followed me and added him on Snapchat. The next morning, I woke up with several snaps from this person being excited that I added them back, saying he loved me, and also lewd photos of himself in the shower. I asked how old he was right away, and he told me that he was 18. So I started flirting back. In the excitement of meeting someone I thought could potentially be great. I didn't ask for a copy of his passport or his ID, but now it's clear based on the video that he uploaded that he was taking photos of me with another device and had an ulterior motive from the beginning. Later that day, he said a few things that made me question the validity of his original age answer, and when I asked him to confirm his age once again, he admitted that he was 16. I told him that I was really uncomfortable and apologized for flirting, but he insisted on continuing talking, saying that it would be our little secret. He's a fan of mine and he would never tell anyone. I told him that I wasn't okay with this. He started getting upset, and at this point, I unfriended him. We haven't spoken since. I am not victim blaming or victimizing myself either, simply sharing what happened. And what happened was not okay. After false allegations like this in the past, I would never knowingly engage with anyone underage and put my life on the line for a few Snapchats. Because of situations like this, instead of taking someone's word for it, I will now ask to see the ID or passport of any guy that I have a conversation with. But this didn't save James, especially with Isaiah coming forward and responding to this tweet online, basically saying that he wasn't lying with additional receipts and proof. James, we both know I blocked you. You never asked for my age. After I told you I was 16, you proceeded to ask me for nudes and said that it didn't matter. You called me hot and said, I wish the timeline could speed up so you can be 18. Now, due to James Charles's blatant denial of any responsibility when it comes to this situation between himself and Isaiah, on the 26th of February 2021, the exact same day that James Charles made his note statement, decided to release as much information as he could possibly share, showing that James Charles did in fact send him nudes. And still, nobody believed him, despite Isaiah showing naked photographs of what we presume to be James Charles, as well as photographs of James Charles asking very inappropriate questions. Now, upon doing my research on this, I looked high and low for these particular screenshots because I remember them specifically. I remember them vividly. I remember seeing James Charles in these compromising positions in these photographs that Isaiah had shown. And I searched high and I searched low and I couldn't find it. And I believe it was like on one of my old hard drives from back in the day that it's like completely gone. But somehow, by some grace of God, my husband was able to find those images from an old Reddit post that was since deleted several years ago. Now, what I'm about to show you is extremely sensitive and is the primary reason why it has taken me so long to get part 2 together. Because upon finding this information, I had to alert the FBI, as I was able to do something that I wasn't able to do before. I was able to cross-reference these photos with images of James Charles's own home, most specifically his bedroom. The main reason that people didn't believe Isaiah's story when it first came out was because the photographs that Isaiah had shared showed a person who was naked, but it didn't show James Charles's face. However, 5 years ago, James Charles released a video which was a house tour that has since become unlisted on his channel. And by the grace of God, I was able to find it. I was able to reference the photographs that Isaiah had posted online to James Charles's very bedroom. Okay, so in these photographs that we can see have been released on the 26th of February 2021, we see inappropriate conversations with James Charles and the recipient, with one of them reading, "I bet you can make me finish just by flexing and showing off your hair, brackets, body hair, haha, without even taking your out." Then from there, we see numerous different naked photographs, an obscured photo of what we believe to be James Charles, as well as a naked body with an arched back in what we presume to be a bed, and an additional photo of a naked body with the pants by their ankles, showing quite a large window in the distance. Now, as I said before, James Charles did a house tour, a video that he posted on the 25th of August 2020, my wedding anniversary. This video had 13 million views on his channel, but has since become unlisted. And as we know, Isaiah released those images on the 26th of February 2021. So I question why this video has since become unlisted, since James Charles was quite happy to let us all into his home. In fact, various different media outlets discussed in detail James Charles's new home renovation. I was able to find professionally taken photographs on a website called thetab.com. However, the webpage for this particular article pertaining to James Charles's home renovation has since become archived, meaning that if you were looking to find James Charles's home in order to cross-reference these photos, there would be absolutely no way to do so, but we found a way. So first, let's take a look at James Charles's home tour and see if we can find any familiarity.
The last bedroom that I'm going to take you guys to on the upstairs level is of course going to be the master bedroom, which is across the hall. Now we have these beautiful double doors and it leads right into my space. We have this beautiful 4-poster bed, keeping the same theme with the beachy vibes, tan pillows, blue pillows, cute little accents. We have this leather bench. We have this gorgeous chandelier in the middle of the room. Personally, I hate chandeliers. I don't know what it is. I can never find ones that I like, but this one and the one downstairs were really speaking to me, so I'm so glad that we found this one for the space. I think it is Perfect.
So in the archived article of the tab.com, we see the master bedroom. And as you can see, we can see the bed frame, which is this thin black frame. We can see the photographs in the background. We can see the tree as well as the stool. We get another direction of which we can see the photographs, the tree, the bed frame, and the stool, as well as the beams at the top of the room. Now, if we were to go back to the photographs, we can see the bed frame, the tree, the photographs, and the beam. From this position, we can see the bed frame as well as the stool, meaning that I believe that it was more than likely that these photos were sent from James Charles. And again, I asked the question, how on earth would this 16-year-old boy have these photographs if they were not sent to him? Now, to me personally, it looks as if whoever was in charge of this whole situation, I don't know who, for legal reasons, went out of their way to make sure that nobody could find this information. Nobody could cross-reference and say specifically that 100% this was James Charles. So I hope today that I have been able to vindicate Isaiah from the numerous different people who turned around and called him a liar, all because they couldn't qualify that the man who was in those photographs was 100% James Charles. Now, this isn't me telling you that this is James Charles for legal reasons, but I did find these photographs so concerning that I had to contact the FBI. Now, I'm not sure whether this information is enough to move the needle in terms of all of the numerous allegations about James Charles, but I felt uncomfortable enough personally to send that information into them, and at least I can rest easy knowing that I did something. Now, regardless of whether you believe that Isaiah lied about his age and said that he was 18 when he was really 16, realistically, it is up to James Charles as the adult to cross-reference this before engaging in any kind of sexual natured behavior with anybody. However, age disclosure didn't seem to stop James Charles in the next alleged account from the next alleged victim. Next up, we have the Twitter user AONNJ. From this point forward, just for brevity, we're just going to call him AJ. So just the day after James Charles's note statement on the 27th of February 2021, AJ claimed that he had told James Charles that he was 17 years old. But yet he alleges that James Charles continued to flirt with him. Now, whilst the conversations weren't exactly explicit in nature, the persistence of flirting after the age disclosure raised concerns for many people in regards to predatory behavior. This story was documented in screenshots and referenced by media outlets like The Cut and BuzzFeed, though it was underplayed due to the lack of explicit content. Next up, we have Alex Amani. Now, whilst the dates in regards to this story is pretty unclear, TikToker Alex Amani alleged that James Charles had sent him inappropriate messages via Snapchat. Sensing a theme here? And this is all allegedly whilst he was 16 years old. There are screenshots to support Alex's allegations. However, these allegations didn't go viral. They only became public when Def Noodles reported on them on the 31st of March 2021. Now, after this story gained the virality after Def Noodles' post, it suddenly became the topic of loads of different gossip blogs and drama channels, forcing James Charles to make a statement publicly about the two 16-year-old boys who had come forward with their allegations against him in his video, Holding Myself Accountable. And he released that video on April Fool's Day of 2021. Now, in this video, James Charles basically admits fault and uses the defense that he was quote unquote desperate.
And I finally came to a conclusion. It sucks and it is ridiculously embarrassing to admit this, but I think I have to, and that is that I'm desperate.
As well as apologizing to the victims, plural.
I didn't understand how a situation like this could affect the people involved, but now I do. And for that, to the victims, I am so sorry. And I promise that something like this will never, ever happen again.
Basically stating that he maintains his previous statement about Isaiah being completely untrue, whilst also acknowledging that likely Matthew and Alex's statements probably were. And that's because at this point, these were the most notable allegations that had come out in regards to James Charles and minors, besides the 14-year-old boy, but we will discuss him later. He comes back. From James Charles's admission of guilt, Morphe decided to split ways with James Charles in a public statement posted on April 17th, 2021. And honestly, this was not a good look for him. Now we have to remember that at this point, James Charles had already released his Morphe collaboration, The Sisters Collection, in November 2018. So they had been working with each other for 2 years at this point. So James Charles's collection coming to an abrupt end wasn't a very good look for his image. But as if things couldn't get worse, this actually ended up leading to James Charles being temporarily removed from the YouTube Creator Program, which is basically the program that all YouTubers who make money on YouTube are on through monetization. A YouTube spokesperson told Insider that James Charles has been demonetized in line with the platform's creator responsibility policy, which says if we see that a creator's on and off platform behavior harms users, community, employees, or the ecosystem, we may take action to protect the community. But then we get the numerous different allegations that came forward of SH from people who were straight men. So as we already know, 2 straight men came forward with their allegations against James Charles. That was Sam the Waiter and Gage Gomez from part 1. They alleged SH either in person or via messages, as well as a complete disregard for their personal boundaries. We also discussed the alleged voicemails that were circulating in Dramageddon 2.0 pertaining to Grayson Dolan, to which Jeffree Star alleges was pertaining to potential alleged molestation. Just a quick disclaimer, this is what the voice notes are alleged to be about and not something that I have heard with my own ears, therefore I cannot validate it. However, the validity of the alleged voice note was allegedly heard by the hosts of Mom's Basement, as well as Blair White, who all allegedly validate that the voice notes were honest and true in their capacity. However, those 3 individuals aren't the only straight men who have alleged inappropriate behavior by James Charles. In March 2019, James Charles and Tana Moja did a video collab for Tana's channel titled James Charles and I Brutally Roast Celebrity Fashion. Now, at the beginning of this video, Tana Moja and James Charles speak about James donning a wig in order to send Snapchats to an alleged love interest. Now, at the beginning of this video, James Charles and Tana Moja have like a behind the scenes moment where James Charles is trying on various different wigs to Snapchat a boy, assumably to make him look a little bit more feminine presenting. Now, there is absolutely no context to this clip or whether the guy was requesting this image, but considering the allegations that came out about James Charles in 2019, I found this incredibly interesting.
Yo, we're about to start filming and James goes, should I put on a wig to Snapchat that guy? And he's literally choosing a wig.
Should I be a blonde or a brunette right now?
I think blonde. Blondes have more fun.
That's so true, Tana.
And if anything says, hey, but I'll suck your cock, it's a blonde wig.
You would know.
James, you literally look hotter than like most bitches. From the back, like I would bend you over and grill you right now. The fucking like kitty bitch filter too.
Ooh.
No.
That's
good.
Everything. No, I'm so professional.
Now, in this video, Tana Moja even states that she is trying to play matchmaker with James Charles and Jeff Wittek. And James Charles confirms vocally that Jeff Wittek is straight, which is interesting considering what Jeff Whittaker would come to say about James Charles on the Just Trish podcast.
Guys, I've spent the last few hours millionaire matchmaking and I'm just really trying to get James and Jeff to be together and it's like a lot harder than you would think.
Yeah, it generally doesn't really work out when someone's straight.
As you're putting on a wig to Snapchat a straight guy.
Now, just to give you a brief background, Jeff and James did a collaboration in April 2019. Now, for anybody who doesn't know who Jeff Wittek is, he is a huge YouTuber here on the platform, and he used to be a part of David Dobrik's Vlog Squad. Anyway, due to this video, James Charles ended up receiving quite a lot of backlash for what people assumed to be transphobia. James basically made the statement that he's been attracted to girls as well as trans guys, which a lot of people interpreted as James Charles saying that trans men aren't real men. James would then go on to have conversations with Jeff about his experiences with straight men, which is something that is going to become a theme here. However, after the backlash it is that James Charles experienced after the transphobia narrative was kind of running wild online, James Charles swiftly came over to Twitter once again to apologize. And this is one of the things it is that he said in his apology. "You are valid in your identity. I apologize, and I should have chosen my words wiser." However, in August of 2024, Jeff Wittek would sit down with Trisha on the Just Trish podcast and explain how James Charles made him feel.
Episode with Tana, you said you were confused when a guy wanted to watch a movie and cuddle.
Oh, that was James Charles. Yeah.
Oh.
So
what were you confused about?
that he knows I'm a straight man and still asked me to come do that.
However, Jeff wasn't the only person who alleges to have felt uncomfortable by James. In January 2021, a TikToker by the name of Hus Bay posted a series of allegations, of which he stated that James Charles had once again added him on Snapchat. Hus alleges after a couple of days of talking, James Charles asked if Hus was straight or gay. When Hus stated that he was straight, he alleges that James Charles left him on open for about 10 hours, only sending him the occasional Snapchat after that point. Hus alleges that this eventually changed when he would suddenly get an unsolicited nude from James Charles. Confused about the interaction, he had noticed that there were other content creators that James Charles was following that he was mutuals with. So he asked those content creators if they had been in Snapchat sending messages back and forth with James Charles. To which he alleges that the user said yes and also stated that they too were also straight.
I'm never the type to expose anyone, but this man right here really got me heated. So as you can see, James Charles commented on one of my videos back in August. Then right after, he adds me on Snap, but notice he didn't follow my Instagram or TikTok. So at this point, I'm just shocked. I'm going insane. Like, I see this guy everywhere, and for him to add me, that's just crazy. So we texted for a couple days, but it was more of like, hey, what you doing? How you doing? And we ended up getting the yellow heart within just 3 days. Then, you know, after those 3 days of getting to know each other and everything, the big question came out. James asked me if I'm gay. I told him I'm straight, and things start to get weird from there. He then starts leaving me on open. Literally the same day I told him I was straight, he left me on open for 10 hours. But I don't blame him, because he did say he was looking for a relationship on a podcast at the time.
Looking for love on a long-term, like longevity.
But I would get these out of the blue snaps of him asking how am I doing or what are you doing, like out of nowhere, like for part 2. Supposing you guys already seen part 1, so this is where stuff gets serious. So just a little recap. So James would always text me just out of the blue, out of nowhere, what are you doing or how are you doing? And it went on for like a while, for like a week. And then he just asked me openly, would you be willing to experiment? I said no. He asked why. And I said, because I don't feel comfortable doing something like that. Then he started questioning my decision, asking why. And he tried making me feel like it was okay. He sent me this.
What are you worried for though? It's not like anybody's actually there. Like about you and suck your dick or something.
So after he sent me that, I thought to myself, why me? Like, why does he like me out of everyone in the world? Like, why is he so open to me? Like, how does he know I'm not going to take a video of him without him noticing? So I was scrolling through TikTok one day on the For You page, and I seen him comment on another guy's TikTok. So I went and DM'd the guy. I'm sorry, I'm not going to have enough time. There's going to be a part 3. So assuming you guys watched part 1 and part 2, this is part 3. This is a little recap. So I seen James Charles on the For You page comment on another guy's TikTok. So therefore I went and hit up the guy that he commented on. Now me being the curious person I am, I asked him, is James Charles hitting on you too? He responds with yes. And then I asked him, are you gay, straight, or bi? He said he was straight like me. Now, what was crazy is the same day someone hit me up and asked me, is James Charles hitting on me? Here's the screenshot. I take that back. He asked me the James Charles, are you up to? Notice it's August 26th. This is all around August. Now, I asked the guy, and he was straight. Now, we all ended up with the same stories. Like, he tries to make you feel like it's okay to try experimenting, which is wrong. Now, James one day ends up doing something really dumb. He sends me a nude out of nowhere, out of context, out of the blue.
Shortly after, on Twitter, James Charles once again swoops in to try and clean up the mess it is that was made and stated that the Huss guy was completely lying, stating, nah, the guy was bi and wanted to experiment but was scared because of his religion, so I told him that he shouldn't be. I never sent him a nude and then stopped talking to him when he told me that he was straight a week later. He's upset because I unadded him a few days ago. Lol. James also went on to post screenshots that corroborated that possibly Huss may have been lying about his story. So you might be thinking,
oh my god, this is just a lie. This is totally incredible.
Well, this whole situation actually aided in another person coming forward. Another straight man came forward stating that James Charles was inappropriate with them and tried to break their boundaries despite knowing that they were straight. That person is Life of Uzi. Now, Life of Uzi alleged that he received sexually charged messages from James Charles, messages that he did not request nor want. He also alleges that the timing of this happened around the time of Dramageddon 2.0, which, as we know, James Charles was being accused of very similar behavior.
So I'm going to explain to you guys how this happened because a lot of people are curious. I damn this bitch, as you can see, conversation. This all happened during the whole Tati scandal. I actually reached out to him because I felt bad for him. As you can see, he asked me for my snap right here. You guys. Anyways, I give him my snap. As you can see, he adds me right here. At this point, he messaged me right away, as you can see. So, as you guys can see, we did develop a streak. I know 3 isn't a lot, but it does show to prove that we were Snapchatting each other back and forth for a bit. And at this time, we were actually on really good terms. I did not think he was going to do anything stupid. So anyways, we started talking again at 3 in the morning, and we were snapping each other. I sent him a shirtless picture, and it was literally just me working out at home. If you know me, I literally post that shit on my story all the time. It's quite obvious that he was pressuring me into sending him photos. After doing what he said, he questioned my confidence.
Alright, so as you guys can see, he's questioning my confidence because I didn't want to send him a specific explicit photo. And I just find that very disgusting. Like, who does that to a person? Over here, I was telling him I was tired and that it was late, but he didn't seem to care, so. Obviously, me being me, I didn't want to lose the opportunity to talk to him, so I continued to do what he said. Anyways, I was getting really tired because it was super late. It was almost 4 o'clock a.m. and when I told him I wanted to sleep, he started to make me feel bad. He even asked me to video call and I said I didn't want to. He still proceeded to call my phone. At this point, I got very, very anxious, and as you can see, I'm literally shaking in this video because I was so scared. I didn't want to do it, so I chose not to. I told him I didn't want to video call him because I was scared my parents would walk in. He told me to go to the bathroom. This is what he said. Then he gave me attitude and he removed me off Snapchat, as you can see. What pissed me off the most is how he questioned my confidence.
I mean, Life of Uzi even went in detail literally a month ago on Rich Lux's live stream on TikTok, basically maintaining that James Charles had messaged him whilst he was a minor.
My experience that I've had with James in the past, which was in 2019 during the bi-sister scandal, James took advantage of me too when I was a minor, and I was 17 years old when this happened. James basically, how it started was we talked on Snapchat. I reached out to him during the bi-sister scandal because I felt bad for him. And then he wanted me to add him on Snap, so we added each other. I guess we became not really friends, but we were like snapping each other and stuff. And then just straight up, he started asking me for nudes. And then,
wait, did you post a video on TikTok before?
I did post a video a long time ago, but I didn't post all the receipts. I posted some of them because Chris Hansen, I don't know if you know the guy from To Catch a Predator. Chris Hansen actually DM'd me on Twitter and said to me that he wanted to sit down and he wanted me to come to New York and do an interview so that we could create a docuseries about James' history of him being a predator, if that makes sense. So I didn't get to release everything. There was this whole thing, and then for some reason, Chris didn't pursue the documentary because I guess James silenced everybody, and I guess he threatened, threatened to sue. And
so you're coming on this live stream, and you're essentially saying that you were a victim of James Charles.
I was a victim, yeah, and I have receipts to prove that as well. I actually still have my phone from 2019 right under my bed with videos.
Ozzy, can you get in touch with me, please?
Yeah, and I mean, I've already, I'm friends with a couple of the other victims that James has taken advantage of. There's people from my city in Toronto.
Please.
Friends because of the whole situation, you know what I mean? And they have been in the same situation where he
was taking advantage of vulnerable people that were minors, right? Obviously, we used to watch his videos. He was a big influence to the community, and we're just like, wow, it's so cool that we get to talk to somebody like that. You know what I mean? And that's just back in that time when he was working with like Kylie Jenner and the Kardashians and all those people, right? You're talking to somebody with such influence, and then that individual takes advantage of you, and they use their power to take advantage of you because they know that you look up to them. And another thing that I do want to say as well, like I have reached out to James a couple of times on Snap, and he has opened my messages. I've screenshotted that too. They're all on my other phone. I have an entire file of all this stuff because of when Chris wanted to do a documentary, right? Like I came together with a bunch of stuff. I have about 30 or 40 receipts, so many different receipts and stuff. I don't know. It's just, the whole situation is crazy. I hate that everybody else keeps forgiving him and they're allowing him to get away with what he did, right? Like it's just wrong. The first time when he spoke to a minor, he should have been canceled, kicked off the flipping internet. You know what I mean? It's disgusting. Like you were taking advantage of people, you got caught, and then for you to sit there on the internet and say, oh, like it was an accident, I learned from it. Fine, okay.
No, he said I was desperate.
You did it again. How many times are you going to keep doing it? And then you're going to keep begging for forgiveness from your audience. You're going to get canceled. Then you're going to come back. It's just like a weird pattern of behavior that he keeps portraying. He needs psychological help. And I already told you. And James, I know James is definitely watching this. James, if I see you in LA, it's on site. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
Because you should have never, ever, ever did what you did to me when I was a minor. Now I'm an adult and now it's on site. And I'm not scared.
What did he do to you?
He took advantage of me when I was a minor. He was telling me I was insecure because I didn't send him nude photos. How are you saying that to a 17-year-old? Are you weird? You're telling me I'm insecure because I didn't want to show you my dick? Mind my language, but that's exactly what he said. And
did he ever ask you for like an age check or anything?
No, he never asked me for an age check. I still have all of our DMs. He blocked me on Instagram, but I screen recorded everything on my other phone.
Next up, in January 2023, a content creator by the name of David Staunton alleged in a series of Instagram stories that James Charles had sent him, and quote, unwanted provocative photos. David states that the conversation started normally until they got round to the point of sending photographs and requesting voice and video calls. And according to David, he was not comfortable with all of that. Then he states that James Charles went on to send an illicit photograph of himself, after which he stated that the conversations between the pair had stopped. Now, there were some screenshots to validate these claims that went out on Twitter by a Twitter user called Tony Gabriel. In the messages alleged to have been between David and James Charles lists out a set of requirements for being his potential boyfriend or partner, including enjoying escape rooms and horror movies, as well as the individual must have armpit hair. And the perks, he said, was living in his multi-million-dollar home, as well as fun travel opportunities. In a video receipt that this Twitter user Gabriel also posted to Twitter, we see a video of James Charles, basically acknowledging that David is straight and may not have any understanding or knowledge of the gay or queer community.
So obviously being that you are straight, I would assume that you don't know a lot about like the gay community. So obviously being that you are straight, I would assume that you don't know a lot about like the gay community.
Now, in a Q&A on David's Instagram profile, when somebody asked him why he even continued to maintain any kind of discussion with James Charles in the first place as a straight man, David stated that he had never spoken to somebody as big as James Charles before and that he wasn't just going to instantly assume the worst, that this was unfamiliar territory to him. He then goes on to say, and quote, I posted everything because I thought it was hilarious and that this creep should be mocked for the hilarious messages it is that he sent. Now, this last one isn't an allegation of SH, but definitely is something that I found quite interesting. But even more recently, as April 2025, a streamer called Stable Ronaldo basically makes out like James Charles was kind of odd in their conversation together. Stable reached out to James in order to collab on a stream or a video of some kind, to which he states that James said, there is just too much bad stuff going on right now. And then later going on to say, I just checked and you're above age, completely unprompted.
Yeah, James Charles went from being like a creep to fixing his PR or something like that, and like now everyone loves him again.
Like he would like prey on like straight guys or something crazy like that.
You know, the first time I DM'd him, I wanted to do a stream with him. I can show you the DMs, and it's funny. He said, yeah, right now I don't want to do streams, blah, 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 because there's some bad shit happening. And then I didn't respond. And then like 20 minutes later, he goes, by the way, I checked and you're above age.
What the fuck?
But he's a cool dude. He's a cool dude. But it was just like, he was so like...
dialed.
Yeah, bro. Like, he had so much paranoia. I think that stream still would have been funny. I don't care what the chat says.
Oh, no, that would have been.
Now, this could be a good thing. James Charles could be doing the appropriate age checks to make sure the people he's conversing with are of age. Especially if the streamer wanted to collab, you know, it would be important that they were above the age of 18. But many people online seem to believe that this was James Charles age checking the guy purely because he had some kind of romantic interest in him. I'll leave you to believe what you want on that one, but I just thought it was interesting to add. Okay, so now that we've gone through all of the alleged minor victims and all of the alleged inappropriate conversations with straight men allegations, now we get into the less credible allegations. Now, these are either allegations that are uncorroborated with no receipts, accounts that were given to major publications who were able to verify it but haven't been able to give us receipts, or instances of behavior that is completely up to public perception of what it is that you guys think. Okay, so first up, on October 2018, there was a situation with the popular singer Shawn Mendes, where James Charles was accused of harassing Shawn Mendes. This is not an allegation that Shawn Mendes himself has made. Okay, so during a live stream it is that Shawn Mendes was doing on Instagram Live, James Charles was in chat desperately trying to get his attention, saying stuff like, "Hi, Daddy." And as soon as James entered into the live stream chat, a lot of Shawn Mendes fans were visibly annoyed. Despite Shawn's audience being disgusted that James Charles was even in the chat, James Charles did not stop and continued by saying stuff like, "I love a juggling king. Hi, Sister Shawn, love you." Before finally saying, "You can juggle me like that." After that message, Shawn Mendes abruptly ended the live stream, and a lot of people believe that this is because of what James Charles was saying in chat. Now, whilst I might understand that net citizens may have felt like that, I also want to add that Shawn Mendes has had a lot of conversations swirling around about his sexuality and what he identifies as, and this has been a long-standing thing for years. So I also counter that James Charles being in chat as an openly gay man, sending very sexually aggressive messages in chat might have made him feel a little bit uncomfortable, not because of what James was doing, but because of his own feelings about his own sexuality that he had not made public yet. I mean, for all intents and purposes, Shawn Mendes has been at the center of gay rumors his entire career, despite him publicly and openly identifying as straight. In a October 2024 interview more recently, Shawn Mendes stated that he was just figuring it out in regards to his sexuality. So whilst I understand why everybody felt like James had made him uncomfortable with quote-unquote sexual harassment, it's also likely that there is a bigger issue at play in regards to Shawn Mendes' sexual identity. Anyway, as per usual, James went straight over to Twitter to clear up any of the misconceptions about the Shawn Mendes situation, and even shared a direct message from Shawn Mendes basically stating very clear and plain that he was not offended by anything it is that James Charles did or said in the live stream. Now, on the 14th of May 2019, there's a content creator from Britain called Touch the Light, also known as Kami Stelto. He ended up making a video of his own on his main channel speaking about his relationship with James Charles. That video is currently sitting at 1.1 million views and is still live today, but for some reason, nobody talks about this situation. And I think I know why. Touch the Light is very much known in the UK as a very clickbait content creator. He was the guy who went super viral for bathing in a tub of bleach, causing a lot of people to try and boycott YouTube YouTube for safety concerns for kids. So I understand why people take his story with a grain of salt when he's known to clickbait and, I guess, prank the audience. But this is how the situation all started. A content creator called Elmo Films, who is also another British content creator, posted a screenshot it is that they got from James Charles, telling them that they were cute. Touch the Light replied to that tweet with his own DM directly from James Charles saying, "I like this game." So on the 31st of May 2019, Touch the Light makes his video about James Charles, titled "My Experience with James Charles." But if I'm not mistaken, when it was first posted, I think it said something like, "I used to date James Charles" or something like that, which is again a clickbaity title. And in this video, Touch the Light talks about his experience with James Charles, meeting him at VidCon and having conversations back and forth. Now, in the video, Touch the Light does show screenshots that prove that him and James Charles were having conversations, but it's all obscured. We can't see what the conversations were about. But he basically states that James Charles, whilst at the VidCon after party, asked him if he was gay, and he said, "No, I'm straight." Well, how would I even know if I'm straight? I've never slept with a guy, I guess. And he alludes to the idea that James Charles was kind of trying to challenge him on his perception that all men are gay to a certain extent, which in turn made him feel extremely uncomfortable. And whilst he wasn't willing to share his conversations directly with James Charles, he did say that he felt for a lot of the straight men who would come forward with their stories because it was something similar that he had experienced. Now, whilst Touch the Light's story does fall in line with some of the previous stories it is that we've heard about James Charles and straight men, with limited amount of proof, we can only really call this hearsay. But here is what Touch the Light had to say.
So let's throw it back to last year. Me and the Social Climbers, which are my friendship group, went down to LA for about 3 weeks. The reason we actually went to LA was for an event called VidCon. VidCon is a YouTube event that like tons of YouTubers go to. So as I'm saying, I'm super drunk at this party, and I obviously had the confidence to go up to James Charles and speak to him and ask him why he was actually staring at me the whole night. I would never ever have done this sober. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a pussy sober, but like, get me a few drinks and I'm literally a different person. I go over to him, and at this point he was also with Emma frickin' Chamberlain. So I walk over to James Charles and I'm like, "Hey, what's up? My name's Carmi, nice to meet you." And James is in shock. Like, his face like goes like that, like, and I was thinking, frick, have I actually just ruined my chances of ever being friends with them? And then he goes, "Hi, I'm James." We ended up speaking for about 30 minutes, and this is where it gets juicy. So me and James are speaking, and we end up exchanging numbers, and he gets my Instagram, and he gets my Twitter. The one thing I did find kind of weird was, like, he asked for my number, and then suddenly asked for my Twitter and Instagram, and I was like, that's kind of crazy. And I'm not gonna lie, I was obviously super gassed that he asked to follow me that quickly. I just thought he was being friendly. Like, I didn't think anything of this. I thought, like, wow, like, I'm literally about to be friends with James Charles. It's gonna be so lit. And then I guess it just goes like downhill from there. And this is it makes me feel shit because I genuinely feel like I shouldn't be speaking about this, but like, to be honest, I'm involved in this situation, so why can I not speak about it? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not ever gonna speak about the stuff that we might have done or the messages we had been messaging each other, but like, I know a lot of you will probably not believe that he followed me on my social medias. I'm gonna post the first DM he actually sent me on Instagram, because I did actually screenshot the DM when he first sent me, because obviously back then, like, I was super gassed. I was like, I can't believe he just messaged me, what the frick. And here's also proof that he follows me on Twitter, which you can actually search yourself. Like, go on my Twitter right now and you can find that he follows me. Like, I'm not lying about this stuff. So after all this happens, I ended up speaking to him at the party. We got on really well. And then that's where things started to go awkward. He obviously kept, I'm not gonna lie, like, he kept asking me like really weird questions. He basically was hitting me with the questions being like, "So, how long have you been gay for?" Like, stuff like that. I'm not actually gay. So when he asked me that, I felt really awkward. And at the time, I obviously knew nothing about him liking straight guys. That wasn't a thing back then. Like, I guess it was, but they were not my intentions. I didn't know James that well. Like, I knew who he was. I watched a couple of his videos. I'm not really into beauty videos, I'm not gonna lie. And when he asked me this question, I kind of froze and was like, I like laughed in his face and was like, "Wait, are you being serious?" And he's like, "Yeah, how long have you been gay for?" And I'm like, like, I'm not actually gay. And then he hits me with the, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, I think so. Things got very awkward after that moment. I've seen a couple videos of guys that have recently been in scandals with him. To say that I relate to them is the weirdest shit ever. Like, I would never put me with James Charles in the same sentence. Shit got awkward. I'm not gonna lie, he was very off with me, and I guess I got so awkward that I said, I don't know if I'm into guys. I had never tried anything with guys. Like, how am I even supposed to know? It felt like he was reading a script of, like, why all straight men can be gay. Shit confused the frick out of me. The reason I never actually saw him again was because I stopped speaking to him after a while, because I was like, this isn't for me. I don't want to feel like I'm leading someone on. And obviously I was back in London and he's back in LA. But I just knew if I ended up flying out, something would have happened between me and him, like, for sure. Because I'm pretty sure I would have had to stay at his, and I don't even want to think about it. It makes me so uncomfortable to think about, and yeah, that's just not what I want to be doing. But yeah, all I can really say is everything I've been hearing about James and everyone opening up about it, like, it really does make sense to me. I don't know, I can't put it into words how I feel right now. I do just feel a bit shit. He was a friend, or maybe something more than a friend, like, I don't know. It's such an uncomfortable situation, and yeah.
Shortly after this situation, Elmo Films, Touch the Light's friend, who originally made the original tweet, also came out with his own video in regards to James Charles, stating that James Charles had messaged him when he was 17 years old. Now, the original video was posted in 2019, but the original video is now gone. I used to have it on an old hard drive, but that hard drive broke years ago. But I did include some clips of his video in an old video of mine, so here are the clips all together.
17. The guy messaged me. Yeah, he messaged me. Not just me, half of my friendship group. It was very obvious that I was straight. His power is so large, it made me feel so small, as if I should kind of sway towards just going along with it. But this feeling of intimidation was the only thing I can grasp. Weird sort of awkward looks made me feel like I just felt so awkward. Why is he picking small influences to prounce upon? The reason why I've actually come out and spoke about this today is because I feel like it needs to be spoken about from someone that experienced it even a little bit. The only reason I kind of went there was because of the power and the pressure and the intimidation that I felt. But how are you going to message a 17-year-old? It's so intimidating when such a big star or someone with 16 million followers, you know, messages you. You feel almost inclined and intimidated not to ignore it.
Now, it is important to note with the Elmo's Films situation that whilst he was 17 at the time of his interactions that he alleges that he had with James Charles was only 18 himself. Therefore, a lot of people felt like this was a less credible account of, you know, grooming allegations, if you will, purely because the age difference between Elmo and James Charles was merely a matter of months. Now, there is also another alleged 16-year-old boy with allegations against James Charles, stating that James Charles had sent them unsolicited nudes and requested the same back. The alleged victim claimed that his age was visible on his TikTok profile. Therefore, James Charles couldn't say that he wasn't aware of how old the individual was. Now, whilst there were some receipts on Business Insider to corroborate this situation, the anonymity, I can never say that word, of the victim also leads it to be a situation where it's like up to interpretation. Because obviously if they don't want to be public, I completely understand, but obviously with these kind of situations, we do again have to take it with a grain of salt. Now, if you remember in part 1, we spoke about a situation with James Charles where an old school friend alleged that James Charles tried to catfish the soccer team, and then that person came forward later and stated it was a lie and a social experiment. Well, despite that, more people who had gone to the same school as James Charles came forward with the exact same story, leading people to believe that the previous retraction of the first school friend may have been to cover themselves legally. Now, originally when I heard the first account and it being a social experiment, I classified this as completely uncredible. However, with there now being multiple accounts of the same story from various different individuals who claim to have gone to the New York Bethlehem school, it definitely does lead me to believe that it's kind of suspicious.
I've just been double checking and verifying things I could say about the James Charles catfishing story. I did link 2 videos, but a lot of people still had questions, so I'm just gonna run through it really quick. This will probably be my last video on it. So this all came out in 2016 on Twitter. It was really big in my area. One of the alleged stories is that James would dress up as a girl, make different accounts as a girl, and talk to different guys from his soccer team, his high school, and neighboring high schools. This is all alleged. Now, I don't remember the exact reason, and I haven't been able to find my screenshots from Twitter on my old laptop. So allegedly, one of the reasons why he came out with it was he got feelings for a guy and then thought it would go over better if he just was upfront about it, but it kind of blew up in his face. That's an alleged reason. Another alleged reason why he did it in the first place was because people were bullying him, and but I don't know the validity of that, so that's definitely alleged. I'm trying to find more screenshots. Don't sue me. Here's some screenshots from the 2 videos I cited. That video with the information about the story times definitely didn't get as much traction as my first one, so I was just going to share them behind here. Pause to read. I'll leave it on the screen for a little while so you can see. Then here's another one you can pause to read. Please don't screenshot it with my little face in the corner because that'll be weird looking. Another video, there's screenshots from a conversation with his ex-best friend. I talked about that YouTube video on my TikTok page under like give a story time. I cite this video. And then here's another screenshot from that video. And then here's the picture of James dressing as a girl. So this is all alleged. I'm just putting out some information because everybody was asking and nobody was watching the videos.
Now, with so many rumors swirling around, some seemingly more credible than others, it's clear that there was a state of confusion when it comes to James Charles's behavior and what has been alleged of him. Was Tati Westbrook right? Was everybody who apologized to James after Bai's sister completely duped? And most importantly, did James Charles play us all like a fiddle? So on April 1st, 2021, James Charles would come out with an earth-shattering video that would shake the internet once again. James released a 14-minute video titled "Holding Myself Accountable." We have to remember that at this point in time, 4 minors have all come forward with their own James Charles allegations. Ethan, who we will talk about a little bit later, AJ, Isaiah, and Alex. At this point in time, nothing really had been lost for James at this point because nobody was really taking the allegations that seriously. So this video came for a lot of people as extremely unprompted. We would soon come to find out a little bit later that James Charles had been temporarily removed from the creator program on YouTube, and that Morphe was essentially cutting ties with James altogether with their collaboration. So this admission of guilt, if you will, didn't come out of nowhere. To me, at least, it's my conspiracy that James Charles just wanted to get ahead of what he knew was already coming. Now, it's important for us to discuss James Charles's claims in this video of what I believe to be an admission of guilt. So once again, let's go back to school. James starts off the video by stating that the allegations it is that are coming out about him now in 2021 are pretty much the same as the ones that came out about him previously.
Many of you guys know about 2 years ago now, I was involved with a very public online scandal in which some fellow YouTubers made some very serious accusations against me, and within the past couple of weeks, similar accusations are being made again, and I think it's very important that I get on camera and talk to you guys honestly about what is going on.
He states that this is an extremely serious topic and he wants to handle it appropriately by taking accountability, but he also makes some apologies to everybody who's involved.
Today's video is going to be from the heart, and I'm going to focus on what happened, the conclusions that I've come to, and most importantly, holding myself accountable for my own actions. First and foremost, I need to say sorry. I owe a massive apology to anybody that I've hurt or anybody that I've made uncomfortable with my actions.
James only speaks about 2 alleged victims, which, as we know, at this point there are several more that have made allegations about James Charles, but he states that both of these victims lied to him and said that they were 18 years old.
Within the past couple of weeks, 2 different people, both under the age of 18, have recently come forward saying that they had inappropriate messages with me on social media.
one of them being from last year and one of them being from more recent. In both of these cases, I added these people on Snapchat, asked how old they were right away, was told that they were 18, believed them, engaged in a flirty conversation, and then later on found out that they were actually 16.
He said initially when he heard the allegations that were going on around him that he wanted to do a Bi Sisters 2.0, a huge expose.
Later on, when I saw them making videos about it and those videos going viral, my immediate reaction, completely honestly, was to be really, really upset. I wanted to get on camera and film another No More Lies video where I gather all my receipts and all my screenshots and try to tell my side of the story and then just move on from the situation. And now, looking back, that was so stupid because as I did more research on these topics and self-reflected, I realized that the receipts and the screenshots and the specific details of the interaction really don't matter because I fucked up.
James Charles acknowledges that the conversations it is that he had with these minors should never have happened, but then he underpins this by stating that he should have never believed them on face value, basically again saying that they lied to me.
These conversations should have never happened, point blank period. There's no excuse for it, there's no ifs, ands, or buts, and I take full responsibility for that. I trusted the information that was given to me rather than the information I could have and should have gotten myself.
He then apologizes directly to the two boys that have been affected by his behavior.
To the guys involved with this situation, I want to say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I added you, I'm sorry that I flirted with you, and I'm really sorry if I ever made you uncomfortable. It is completely unacceptable.
He then goes on to give an X Factor styled backstory where he states he was thrusted into fame at such a young age and he doesn't have social skills, so he doesn't know how to act with people. Even though he's mature, he's very young in the brain.
In all other areas of my life, my friends, my business, I like to think of myself as pretty put together and on top of things. And I couldn't understand why relationships were the one outlier. Why were they not working? Why was this area of me so different?
Before going on to state that it's really embarrassing, but he has to admit that he's desperate for love.
And I finally came to a conclusion. It sucks and it is ridiculously embarrassing to admit this, but I think I have to, and that is that I'm desperate.
James Charles states that he isn't actively looking for minors.
I do understand that with these videos coming to light, it's really it's really looking, period. Like I'm actively searching for younger people to be in a relationship with, and I just want to say firsthand that that is absolutely not the case.
Despite saying on the Impulsive podcast in 2020 that he was looking for the absolute youngest person it is that he could possibly date.
I'm not physically attracted to older guys, which sucks. Like I would date like the absolute youngest.
He then goes on to distance himself from the allegations again, stating that he ignored red flags.
But the idea of actually being in a relationship became so important to me that I was willing to trust too quickly, miss out on red flags, and most importantly, not take the precautionary measures that really anybody, but especially somebody with a public platform, should be taking before talking to anybody.
He states that he wasn't truly clued in or knowledgeable on his power imbalance and the power that comes with being James Charles.
When these videos started to come to light, power imbalance became a really large topic of conversation on social media, and rightfully so, because a power imbalance can happen even when it's not intentional. What I wasn't getting before is that the excitement that comes with talking to a celebrity is literally enough to make somebody do or say something that they normally wouldn't, even if that celebrity isn't intentionally weaponizing their fame, money, or power. And that's the concept that I just wasn't getting.
He also circles back to Dramageddon 2.0 by stating that he did not lie when he spoke about the situation back then, and that he should have changed his dating behavior from then and been more vigilant. Yeah. You think?
In 2019, my dating life became even more public than it already was when I was called out and labeled as a predator. You guys, I feel like at this point all know the story, so I don't want to go back into details, but pretty much I had to get on camera and prove that I was being lied to. I had all the receipts to back it up, but at the time I also recognized that I definitely needed to change the way I was going about dating because clearly something was not working.
He also acknowledges that he made a promise to his audience back then that he would be very careful, and he broke that promise.
And in that video, I made a vow and a promise to myself and to you guys as the audience that I would be way more careful moving forward. And that promise was not one that I kept.
He states that when he made his No More Lies video, he thought that his problem was with just straight men, but he realizes his problem is a lot more deeper than that.
At the time that I posted No More Lies, I really thought that like the only issue was kind of like the straight guys and being lied to. But I now realize that it was obviously a much deeper problem.
He actually goes on to admit that he used his For You page and Explore page as a dating app in order to find a significant other, out of, you guessed it, desperation.
And I had the mentality that I could reach out to literally anybody and use my Explore page and For You page as a dating app, and eventually I would just happen to find the right person, but that's just not how dating works, literally at all.
He states that whilst it might be better for him emotionally to forget what happened, he doesn't want to forget what happened because something did happen. Before later going on to state that he doesn't want to just talk that talk, he wants to walk that walk by showing change rather than talking about doing it.
Through uploading this video today, my hope and my expectations are not to press post and then forget about it and move on and wash my hands as if nothing happened, because something did happen. And what happened was not okay. And I don't want to just forget about it. I'm a firm believer that when scandals or situations like this happen, you can get on camera and upload an apology video where you say sorry a million times all day long, but the only way to actually show and prove that you are sorry is through action and change. And I'm going to change.
He makes the exact same promises it is that he made in his No More Lies video and states that he will be more careful in the future and that he will age verify every single person it is that he chooses to talk to.
And I'm making a promise to all of you right now on camera that I will be way more careful moving forward with every single person that I speak to. I also have already started asking for proper identification from every single guy that has either reached out or that I was speaking to, and will continue doing so for the rest of time.
He states that he will stop using his For You page and Explore page as a dating website because it has allowed him to get into a situation that he could have easily avoided.
My For You page and Explore page are not dating apps, and I will stop treating them as if they are.
Then he says the most meaningful thing is that he has said this entire video. To the victims, plural, I'm sorry.
To the victims, I am so sorry.
He then goes on to make further apologies to his friends and his family and apologizes to his friends for not listening to them when they originally told him that he had a huge ass problem, before finally stating that he was going to be taking some time off social media to reflect, which we now know is because he had been removed from YouTube's partner program temporarily.
I also feel like I owe an apology to my friends, family, team members, and also fans that had to watch this all go down again. To all of you guys, I once again wish that I had listened earlier on. You guys saw this and I didn't, and I'm really sorry for not taking that seriously and not being a better person and a better role model like I promised that I would be. I'm going to be taking some time away to reflect and further educate myself on these topics. I think at this point it's really important that I do so I'm able to follow through with my word and prove to you guys that I will be a better person.
He ends the video by stating that he hopes that he will never disappoint his audience again. Spoiler, you do.
And I hope to never disappoint you again.
But almost as if it was clockwork, on the 2nd of April 2021, another 15/16-year-old boy, depending on where you look on the internet, called Jack Cherry exposed James Charles for allegedly messaging him as a minor. Now, Jack alleges that when James had seen that Jack had posted about them having conversations on his story, that James snapped immediately, accuses the boy of lying about his age, and then blocked him. However, Jack states that he never lied about his age. This led a lot of people to believe that James couldn't learn from his past actions, considering there was just so many in quantity, so many allegations of his alleged inappropriate behavior with minors. But there were still some people who felt like,
great, it's over. James understands.
Well, let's just recap some of the events that took place since James Charles's Taking Accountability video and since his vow to stop his inappropriate behavior. In January 2023, David Shorten reveals messages between him and James Charles, showing James making an application-style message of a lucrative role as James Charles's boyfriend, wielding money and power to his advantage, allegedly. Last year, a H3 fan saw James Charles's verified profile on Hinge, stating that they are a straight man with their preferences set to women. This is also something that he was called out for doing on Tinder and Bumble in 2020. Last year, another user called Joseph Nicholas, who was 19, had direct messages from James asking him to go on a vacation with him, again wielding his success and power, allegedly.
I was at the after party for the PCAs, but now I'm home in bed. Oh my god, this is fucking weird. Alright, this is James Charles, right? This is my account, you know. Oh, 4 messages. Okay, so he just messaged me.
What the fuck?
I'm going to Bologna for a makeup convention, then I don't know where that might be. Wish you're coming before break. Maybe we can trip fly today. I dare you.
Oh.
There's this place in Hawaii called retractions. Like, it's crazy because you can't like go in and eat there. Like a landline, a regular phone line, every day at 10 a.m. You just have to call it, and there's no phone waiting, there's no one, just call until you get through, and then you actually like you call it like 10:05, then they'll be like, okay, your sushi will be ready to pick up at like 3:30 p.m. and they only do a certain number of orders a day. It's ridiculous and so insane, but literally the best sushi you've ever had in my.
Yo, so this is my account, guys. Look at this shit. See this? James Charles. Thank you for clarifying about his ethnicity. I guess I didn't need to say that. Oh, shit. Well, last...
So yeah, people found it hard to believe that James Charles had changed. The rumors never stopped in 2020. And yet the closing of the Dramageddon book had allowed James to revitalize his career. We have to remember that this all came to a close in 2020 when everybody was in lockdown and everybody only had communication through their devices. So James jump-started his career on TikTok with his past completely cleared yet again. Despite the growing number of James Charles allegations coming from minors and straight men, James Charles had built a whole new Gen Z audience. And the problem was, they didn't know the law. Now, when I say the kids didn't know the law, I really mean the kids didn't know the law. I'm a millennial. We're millennials, right? We are the YouTube generation. We have been here since the genesis of this platform. Therefore, for a lot of us, this is our primary source of entertainment. Gen Z, they're the TikTok generation. They were there from the beginning of TikTok when it was Musical.ly and have been consuming short form content since the very beginning. I remember a while back, my cousin, who is now 19, was asking me why I was making a video about James Charles. And this was for a video that I made around 2 years ago. And from there, I told her about all of the alleged victims and what had been going on with James Charles. She had no clue, no idea. And this is not just something that Gen Z is experiencing. I mean, even people who are around our age, who aren't terminally online like us. Literally as recently as like 4 months ago, I was speaking to one of my mum friends who was telling me that she really loves James Charles, the beauty guru on TikTok. To which I responded, really? He has me blocked on Twitter, girl. And then she asked me why. And honestly, I couldn't bear to tell her the horrible things it is that James Charles had been accused of and ruin her favorite beauty guru. I guess ignorance is bliss, but I'm pretty sure from this video she'll know now. I know it's hard for us to believe, but there are a lot of people who have no idea about the James Charles situation and the many alleged victims. Because there are still some people out there, especially with this new rebrand of TikTok James Charles, who see James Charles as nothing more than a TikTok beauty guru influencer. Nothing more and nothing less. Well, that was until the Kayla Malik and Evan Johnson situation. Now, to give you a brief backstory on the situation between Evan Johnson and Kayla Malik is an extremely popular TikToker with around 15 million followers. She is mostly known for her storytelling, and I would describe her as Gen Z's answer to Tana Moja. Well, she came forward with serious allegations against her ex-boyfriend, another TikToker by the name of Evan Johnson. Now, whilst Evan Johnson primarily was known as like the boyfriend of Kayla Malik, he has now since become known for all the wrong reasons. Kayla revealed in a harrowing story time that she endured a physically and emotionally abusive relationship with Evan for 9 months. Among the accusations were allegations of near fatal assault, including a situation where she alleges that she had her jaw broken, emotional abuse, and just general domestic violence. The internet was stunned by the gravity of her story. It wasn't until she shared the evidence of her injuries throughout the time of their relationship that the broader audience began to understand the severity of the situation. She detailed everything with receipts in her 4-hour series titled, "He Doesn't Love You."
That was the first time I ever feared him, and I went to bed eyes open that night. And I'm like, my boyfriend just slapped me in the face. Oh my God, he slapped me in the face. My jaw felt like it had unclicked because he had just gotten me so hard. And I'm just like, you broke my fucking jaw. And I go into the bathroom and I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You just beat the fuck out of me. Like, my jaw is broken. Like, there's teeth indents in my lip. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And his hands are just around my neck and he's choking me. Lost myself completely at this point. So for like the next few days, I was just inside with him watching movies or playing video games, and I like wouldn't leave my house. Looks me in the eyes and starts pushing me as hard as he can everywhere. Looks at me and he said, "Yourself." Looks me in the face and goes, "Yourself."
From this, we found out that Evan Johnson was going to be attending court for his domestic abuse charges against Kayla Malik. And Kayla Malik ended up getting her justice against Evan Johnson on the 7th of May 2025, when he was sentenced for his crimes. However, the story took an even darker turn with the involvement of James Charles. So just to bring you up to speed, after the breakup of Evan Johnson and Kayla Malik, Evan Johnson returned back to his hometown of Nashville. He sought support from his childhood friend, another model called Zach Sellers. After hearing Kayla Malik's horrifying story of events, Zach Sellers decided to take to TikTok in a series of TikTok videos, asserting that Evan Johnson had manipulated him into believing that Kayla was like this crazy monster and was exaggerating events that may have taken place between them, portraying her as unstable and attention-seeking. In an attempt to manage the fallout from the impending news about the relationship falling apart, the breakup, Zach initially supported Evan Johnson on rehabilitating his public image by assisting him in recording a response video well before the world knew what took place between Evan Johnson and Kayla Malik.
I'm getting into modeling, right? And after that, she was hitting me up saying how much she misses me. Like, after we're broken up, I post like 2 little snippets of like, I'm getting into modeling, and this is my modeling buddy right here. And I was like, I'm getting into modeling, and then we text each other throughout the day, like how our day is going and stuff like that. I'm not manipulating her. I'm not like, I want you back or any of this. I'm like, I need to focus on myself. She texts me. And people call that like trauma bond and stuff like that. The 9 months we were together, she said the whole 9 months I was abusing. Right? Why would we go out all the time and do all these crazy adventurous stuff if the whole time it was just terrible? If I was this terrible guy, Why would she be with me? She could have left me at any second. She's way more up there than me. She's has more money. Like, all this stuff, she don't need me. She don't need me. And if she figured I was no good for her in the time being, she would have left immediately. I promise you that. She exaggerates. And she figured out her views, or she's like, I need to make a series. I need to do something. And now that me and her are broken up, it's like, does she really love me? Like, she's saying what she does behind the scenes to me. Like, I love you. I miss you. All this stuff behind the scenes. But then goes on there and tells you guys a whole different fantasy tale. I don't understand it. And abusive, mentally, I guess, we both, I'm gonna hold myself accountable. And I hope she, like, we would say crazy shit to each other all the time. And I guess it came to a point where I was controlling, like, hey, I don't feel comfortable with you going out to the bars. Or, hey, I don't want to go out to the bars. Let's stay home. If that's controlling, that's crazy. I want to live a slow life and travel and just be us. We had to tag Emma along everywhere we went because they wanted to do stuff together. They wanted to go out parties. She said since she just turned 18, that's her first time going to bar life. Her and Emma both went to bars together. That's her bar buddy. And then she met me, and I'm like, I don't want to be in the party life. Alcohol is a big problem for me. 99% of our arguments were drunk related, like just insanely drunk. And we would argue and fight with each other and just call each other outrageous names and then apologize. And I was like, it got to a point where it's like, this is unhealthy. Like, I should not be calling you these names because I genuinely loved her, and I still do. And it's like, I don't know why I would call her those names. And I was like, I still have trauma. I have trauma from when I was younger that it only comes out when I'm drinking. Like, I become someone I'm not. And I'm like, I don't want to be that mean guy. I want to be that normal guy. I gave up drinking. I don't do any of that. I've been fixing myself, acknowledging myself, knowing what I did was wrong. And I don't think she's growing. She says she's growing. She still went out to party. She's still drinking. She's still doing all this. And she just goes on TikTok and says, like, my life's terrible. I'm actually me now. Why were you with me if you were not you? Why? Why?
However, after Kayla Malik had released her 4-hour series and Zach Sellers had the opportunity to hear her talk from her point of view, Zach realized the truth and took a stand against his friend to support Kayla, ultimately becoming a whistleblower. Zach gave an exclusive interview to content creator Be Better, where he disclosed Evan Johnson's plan to manipulate the audience and change public perspective by pre-recording a response to the domestic abuse allegations that he knew was coming from Kayla. And whilst that is disgusting in of itself, Zach Sellers then goes on to reveal in this interview that Evan Johnson was receiving support from James Charles. According to Zach, James Charles, who was extremely friendly with Kayla, decided to side with Evan Johnson, allegedly encouraging James Charles to reframe the narrative and minimize the abuse allegations as clout chasing. Sound familiar? Worse yet, Zach alleges that Evan Johnson and James Charles had engaged in somewhat of a sexual relationship, that their relationship had evolved into a romantic one and a potentially exploitative one, stating that he had seen messages between James Charles and Evan Johnson that were sexually explicit in nature, showing that James's concern wasn't with his friend, but with attempting to get her man at a time when her man was at his most vulnerable.
And that's when James came back to Evan and was like, well, you didn't lose anything, Evan, out of this. If anything, you won. You got away from the psycho. She is the psychopath. Like, you are not the problem. She's the problem. She's been known to be the problem. She has been known to lie. She has been also known to make up complete fake stories just to get clout and have views. That's the only way, that's the only, that's the way she is today is how she's gotten by making up stories. I didn't know Kayla, so I was like, oh wow, like, I know I'm just in the passenger seat just listening and stuff. And then he goes, Evan, like, I'm here, like, for you no matter what, like, whatever you need, let me know, call me. He says, also, when you get home later tonight, FaceTime me. I want you to FaceTime me. And he says, if we need to sleep on the phone, we can. I'm here for you.
He also states that James Charles started using Instagram's disappearing text feature in order to circumvent his Snapchat ban, a platform that he was allegedly removed from for his alleged inappropriate conversations with minors.
The times that I was with him, James would use Instagram as his Snapchat. And I didn't know, like, was not aware, like, why does James not have Snapchat? Like, why is he using Instagram photos, sending back and forth?
I can tell you why he doesn't have Snapchat, because he was caught texting 16-year-old boys on Snapchat. That's what he was canceled for.
Wow.
So I assume he deleted his Snapchat and now he's using Instagram.
Yes. So the second encounter, I was wondering because there was more to Evan just saying, you know, like, James has asked me to come, you know, stay with him, to come visit him, you know, just to get away because he knows I'm going through depression. Well, there was, you know, some pictures going back and forth, and it was just James, like, you know, just got home, shirtless, and, you know, just laying on his bed, and then he'll just be, like, in his room doing, like, something, you know, angle like this and stuff like that, just trying to, I guess, look pretty for Evan. So Evan was engaging back with, you know, pictures, and, like, you know, Evan would just sit here and, like, pull his phone up and be, like, you know, stick out his tongue and stuff like that, just kind of, you know, trying to, I guess, engage into like what James is like, I guess, trying to get to. So we get back, and little did James know that I actually went home with Evan. And when we get to Evan's house and in his room, Evan message him. They were messaging the whole time anyways. And he lets James know, is like, hey, I'm like 5 minutes away from home. Okay, so letting James know, get ready and stuff. I don't know what, I was like confused by the surprise. Well, we get to in Evan's room, and then he notices like Evan takes a picture of himself and is like obviously him in his room. And the next picture was James bent over on his bed with his ass up in the air and was showing his ass and didn't say anything in the first picture. Then messaged is like, how do you like that, daddy? The next picture was like a picture, but it said video, but there was no talking in it. And it just had a caption on it. And James was bent over completely naked on the bed and said, daddy, I want your big.
But then Zach Sellers drops an absolute bombshell in this interview, stating that not only may they have been romantically involved, but that they may have had an arrangement, if you understand what I'm saying.
So I was like, so what all happened? Like, what'd you guys get to do? Like, what'd y'all do? And he was like, well, all we done was off together. Yeah. And I was like, okay. And then he goes, money's money. Made the comment, money is money.
It was then revealed, according to Zach Seller, that James Charles was attempting to get Evan Johnson to come with him to Coachella. That was until the scandal had erupted publicly, after which, obviously, James Charles distanced himself.
That you believe that James had invited Evan to Coachella?
Yes. So I was aware that I was witnessed the conversation of James saying that he's going to the first weekend of Coachella and that he buys his team or something, so many people, I don't know if it's his whole team or what, an artist wristband for Coachella. Well, he had bought Evan one. Obviously, Evan hadn't received it in the mail. I don't know if he was going to fly him there and give it to him, but the plan was for Evan to go to Coachella, and he was going to have an artist band. But the only thing is like, you know, Evan was a little like nervous because he was like, more likely, like, you know, Kayla's gonna be there. And it was going like back and forth. And then James is like, they're trying to figure out how to work it out. But what stopped that is Kayla come forward to the world with her YouTube videos of 1 and 2. So obviously, you know, James was not going to take him to Coachella then.
And this signaled to many a pattern of James Charles's, constantly finding himself in scandals where it relates to quote-unquote predatory behavior, manipulation, and an abuse of power, particularly towards vulnerable people. Are we clicking? Shortly after the Be Better interview with Zach Sellers, then we found out through Zach Sellers and Be Better that they had been receiving legal letters from James Charles and their team.
Guys, okay,
some crazy stuff's happening now. So I wanted to get on here and talk to you guys. My modeling agency received a crazy, insane email. Let's just say this email is from James Charles's team. They are now going after my career that I have worked so hard for just because I am speaking the absolute truth. They are now trying to silence me completely. They do not want me to speak another word about the situation. Let me just tell you what they kind of said. So, it said, apologies for the Friday evening email. My firm represents James Charles Dickinson, and I would love to have a frank discussion with you at your earliest convenience regarding your client, Zach Sellers. Is this not insane to you guys? James, what are you doing, bro? Like, you know what you did, and you know what I'm doing is speaking facts. Why are you having them try to come to me and shut me up? If this is what you want to do, take your legal action.
This led to the host of Be Better deciding to come to TikTok to preemptively discuss what he believes that James Charles's next move was. We need to listen to this in its entirety because, honestly, he was spot on.
Okay, so the sentence I'm about to say is going to sound like a lie, but I assure you it is 100% the truth. So James Charles has officially hired a former federal prosecutor in an attempt to bully and intimidate, the person that I interviewed, Zach, into silence. He has also indicated that he's going to be publicly responding to the allegations very soon, so I thought I could come on here and predict for you guys exactly what James is going to say, because if I can predict it, then I can reveal it for what it really is, which is a well-orchestrated attempt to regain public favorability by shifting the narrative in his favor, as opposed to actually a genuine recounting of what actually happened. So the thing about James Charles is that he's had a lot of experience navigating public scandal. He's had experience responding in a way where he articulates his side of the story with screenshots and receipts in a video called No More Lies. And he also has an experience responding in a more vulnerable way where he took accountability and apologized for his actions. I believe that video was called Holding Myself Accountable. So he's learned how to navigate this properly. He's also learned which one went over well, which we all know No More Lies actually was fairly successful in shifting the narrative in his favor. This is why I do not expect him whatsoever to come out with a full-throated apology video, which he understands because the internet lacks the ability to perceive nuance. It will simply be viewed as a full admission of guilt. So what he's really going to do is he's going to strategically select receipts and screenshots and text messages to paint a timeline for you to influence public perception and introduce doubt as to if the allegations were really true or not. And the timeline is obviously going to focus on the angle of him being an empathetic friend and simply being taken advantage of and manipulated by Evan as well. So first, I believe that James will completely deny having any prior knowledge of the abuse, and he will also flat out deny that the relationship with Evan Johnson was ever sexual. It doesn't need to be fully convincing, it just needs to be enough to introduce doubt in the mind of the audience and continue his image of innocence, which will be portrayed throughout the entire video. Next, I think that James will actually emphasize that Evan was suicidal and that James was simply just trying to help as a friend. I think that he will draw parallels to his own experience being canceled, where his mind went to a very dark place, and that he was simply trying to assist a friend through a life experience that he had also shared. This is obviously an attempt to shift the narrative away from his actions and toward his good intentions, which he's hoping will evoke sympathy and prevent him from having to take accountability. I also think that he will bring up receipts of him messaging Kayla at Coachella, expressing how awful he felt after he had watched her video, checking in to make sure that she's okay. And I believe this is ultimately why he's been blowing up Kayla's phone, purely with the intention of screenshotting it and including it in his manipulative timeline for his response video. I also believe that he's going to portray his extended silence as a selfless act that he did to simply protect Kayla and avoid giving Evan Johnson's legal team any ammunition to use against her. He's going to frame himself as a martyr who experienced all of this public scrutiny and kept his mouth shut purely because he cares about Kayla so much and didn't want to negatively impact her chances at getting justice. But we all know the real reason he's been silent is because he's been buying himself time, trying to bully and intimidate and in some cases even pay people off behind the scenes to see if he can get rid of this in a way where he doesn't have to publicly respond, which is ultimately going to require for him to take some accountability and admit something, because we know for a fact Evan Johnson was at his house. Whether or not he's able to convince people that nothing happened and they simply baked cookies and went to church together, I'm not sure how gullible people are, but he is doing everything he can to avoid giving people too many details, because either way, he looks like a very, very bad friend in this scenario. And finally, I believe at the end, he's either going to threaten or announce some type of legal action to create the illusion of innocence, because by announcing a lawsuit, he's going to manipulate the audience into thinking he is so confident in his innocence and everything people are saying is untrue. But in reality, the legal action is much more about psychological manipulation and intimidating others from speaking out, as opposed to him actually seeking justice. So when you eventually do watch his response video, please view it with a critical eye and understand that you are viewing a meticulously crafted effort to alter public perception that was likely designed by a team of lawyers and public relations professionals who literally do reputation management for a living.
And just like clockwork, James Charles responds. The moment that it was publicly known that Kayla Malik had received her justice against Evan Johnson, James Charles decided to put out a video that he alleged to have pre-recorded the day before, an act that I believe was not intended to give Kayla Malik any peace. After a long time of abuse and litigation, it was self-serving. James Charles wanted to clear his name.
I do not support Evan Johnson in any way, shape, or form, and let me make that fucking clear. I don't support him, I don't support violence against women, and I sure as hell do not support the disgusting, deplorable, violent, heinous acts that he committed against Kayla Malik behind closed doors. I really fucking hope and pray that when this goes to court this week, Kayla gets justice for what that man put her through. At the same time, the videos that I'm currently seeing all over my For You page are disturbing to me. This is not TikTok tea and drama for everyone else's entertainment. This is real people dealing with some really serious shit. The conversation has completely shifted focus away from Kayla Malik and how she was brave enough to speak out about what she went through to how James Charles involved, the downfall, Bye Sister 2.0, where's the apology video? It's distracting from the actual issue at hand, which is domestic violence. I have not spoken out about this for a couple of different reasons. The main one being, this is going to court this week. Anything I or anybody else says online can and probably will be used by either Evan's defense attorney or the judge to affect the outcome of its ruling. And I didn't want to put Kayla at any risk for that. I hate that I'm getting online and filming this video right now, but I truthfully have no other choice because I've also spent the last several weeks trying to get in contact with the only person involved in this that actually matters and needs to hear the truth, and that's Kayla Malik. And she has been unwilling to have a conversation with me. And frankly, I don't fucking blame her. After I watched the laughable interview between Be Better and Zach Sellers, I wouldn't want to have a conversation with me either if I was being fed complete bullshit lies and misinformation from the person whose only source of information is the same man that lied to and abused me for 9 months straight. At this point, I have no choice other than to get online, tell my story, and then prove my story to be true in a court of law. I am suing Zach Sellers and anybody else that thinks it's funny or entertaining to get online and spread defamatory and slanderous lies, misinformation, completely bullshit made-up stories for the sake of views, likes, engagement, and galaxies. I'm done. This all started at the beginning of 2025 when I reached out to Kayla about her and Evan being in a Valentine's Day video together. She told me she couldn't. She was crashing out because they had just broken up because he was crazy. I tried to lighten the mood a little bit and make a lighthearted joke asking could I have him now, and then asked what actually happened between them. All she told me was that he did awful things to her and that I would find out more in her 30-part TikTok series. She said she was upset that she helped build his platform based off of lies and abuse, and whenever she was healed, she was going to get online and expose him. I'm going to be so honest, I did not take this conversation very seriously. And obviously, now knowing what we all do, I fucking should have. Reading it back now, it is super clear that she was using humor to cope, and that is perfectly fine and valid. But at the time, I genuinely interpreted these messages as a messy breakup. Maybe he cheated, maybe they got into a drunken argument that ended badly. I could have never imagined what she was actually going through behind the scenes. A lot of Kayla's own friends and family have said they had no idea what she was going through. I wish I could go back in time and been there for her, tried to help her. I wish that I would have asked more questions, but frankly, I didn't feel comfortable doing so. First and foremost, she obviously wasn't ready to talk about it yet based on her last message. And secondly, me and Kayla Malik just weren't close friends. I don't say that to take away from her feelings about this. I don't say that to undermine what she went through. We've only met a couple of times. We collabed in 2023, she guest starred on a podcast with me in 2024, and we hung out at our mutual friend's Halloween party back in October. We've never hung out one-on-one, we've never had a deep conversation. I just really didn't know her that well to be able to interpret these messages and have a better idea of what was actually happening behind closed doors. And I wish more than anything I did, because I should have never gotten involved with this, but I did not know what she was going through. I really fucking hate to admit it, but I did have a brief friendship with Evan Johnson that started and ended well before I ever learned about any of the violence that was going on behind the scenes. He reached out to me a couple of days later asking me for advice and told me the same exact story that Zach Sellers believed and then repeated on the Be Better podcast, which was that the relationship was toxic, they both said things and did things that they shouldn't have, and a bunch of other stories that genuinely made me believe Evan Johnson was the victim in the situation. He told me that he moved back to Nashville to go to church and get therapy and try to become a better man, and he seemed vulnerable. He seemed real, and he seemed scared that Kayla was going to get online and start telling lies about him, and he knew exactly what to say to relate it back to a situation that I was in that made me have sympathy for him and be on his side. I feel so fucking dumb for ever believing him, but when I was in a similar situation, all I cared about was anybody treating me like a human being and hearing me out and being there for him, so that's what I tried to provide. We became closer, we would start FaceTiming, he was very suicidal and depressed, and eventually he told me that he wanted to come out to LA to escape and get his mind off of things for a weekend, so I invited him out. All we did was sit on the couch, order food, watch movies, but over the course of the weekend, I slowly started to notice that some of his stories were not exactly lining up. There were inconsistencies, and I started to get worried that I might be on the wrong side of things, and that was confirmed as soon as Kayla noticed that he was at my house and I had to lie to her. I didn't know what to do. I realized then that I was in the middle of a very fucking messy situation that I should have never gotten involved with in the first place, but this man was staying with me and I didn't know how to get out of it. Later on that night, I told Evan straight up I was uncomfortable, I was upset that I had to lie to her, and that we could not hang out any further. He respected that, and the next morning, he flew home. As soon as Evan left LA, I immediately started making myself unavailable to him because I recognized that he was not the man he was telling me he was. But it wasn't until a month later, when Kayla uploaded her video, He Doesn't Love You, that I actually got to sit and watch how much of a monster he is. My jaw was on the floor for all 2 hours of that video. I could not believe what I was watching and seeing. The horrendous verbal abuse, the violent physical abuse. I was shocked. I was ashamed for not taking me and Kayla's conversation more seriously. I was embarrassed for ever believing that man's lies and manipulation. And I was angry with myself that I ever allowed that man into my home. It was horrifying, and I'm so proud of Kayla for being able to speak up. A couple of days later, I started getting messages on Instagram from Zach Sellers, Evan's best friend, basically warning me that Evan had lied to both of us and telling me that I should cut him off. I didn't see these messages at first until he made a public TikTok accusing me of still supporting Evan behind the scenes, and I messaged him right away because I was confused. His messages genuinely seemed nice. He seemed like he was checking in, warning me to make sure that I was okay and have cut Evan off because he knew that we were both told the same exact lies and stories from Evan. The only reason he even knew I was involved at all was because he was physically with Evan as his best friend, supporting him every single day. It took me 3 days with Evan to realize that something wasn't right here. It took Zach 3 months. So to act this way privately and then to get online as if I'm some monster was wild to me. This has nothing to do with getting justice for Kayla and everything about making an opportunity for himself. And the perfect one came along when Be Better flew him out to Canada for their podcast interview. Aside from the timeline that I just told you guys, everything else in that hour-long episode is complete bullshit. To start rumors about somebody online is one thing. Unfortunately, I know that that comes with the job, but to publicly accuse them of prostitution is ridiculous. First and foremost, Evan Johnson and I did not in any way, shape, or form have a physically sexual relationship. We did not have sex while he was here, and I did not, under any circumstances, pay Evan Johnson for sexual favors. He claims to have seen a video on Evan's phone of him having sex with me. Zach, post it. If you have the receipt, if you have the video evidence, you can upload it. You have my full consent and permission. I've had far worse posted to me online that I didn't consent to. Go right ahead. But you can't because there is no video of something that did not happen. Be Better doesn't even stand by these claims because he's now added a disclaimer to their interview that says he was not able to verify a single thing that Zach said. It really sucks that at this point I am left with no options other than to pursue a case. As for Kayla, I am so fucking sorry that I ever got involved in this. I should have never believed his lies and manipulation. I should have never even responded back to him in the first place, and I'm sorry for hurting you. I genuinely do wish you the absolute best of luck, and I really hope that you get justice for what that man put you through.
James Charles basically claimed that Evan Johnson was manipulating him and centered himself as the victim, stated he manipulated him by drawing parallels between himself and James's previous scandals. Kayla, after taking some time to enjoy her peace as she rightfully should, she decided to come back to the internet to set the record straight about the situation with James Charles. And she stated that James Charles joked about wanting to get with Evan after she spoke to James about the abuse it is that she endured. And that even after knowing this information, attempted to do a Valentine's Day collaboration between Kayla and Evan, to which she obviously declined. There is literally so much more to this story, and this video is already extremely long, but here are a couple of cliff notes from the Kayla Malik video it is that she made about James Charles.
Well, I'm sure by now everybody knows about the situation with me and James. And everybody has told their side of the story except me. And in my opinion, I was the one fucked over. So it's only fair for me to tell my side of the story, how I was fucked over. And I wanted to wait a little bit, have a little bit more time to just like relish in the fact that I won in court. But the response video was posted an hour after I announced that I won my court case. 1 hour. So to start off, I would not consider me and James to be best friends at all. I don't even think I'd consider us close friends. We've collabed a few times. I went over to his house, what was that, like 9 months ago, to help him promote his company on live stream. We would text here and there about certain things, but it was definitely not like we were best friends. I posted a video with Evan next to me, and me and James have never DM'd on TikTok. The only previous messages we had on TikTok was us collab posting from when we would film together when I started my Glow Up series. He like sends me my video. I don't know how you do it. Like, he sent me the video, and then under it he said, "Girl, who is this?" And I was like, "Oh, this new guy that I met. I think I'm in love. Ha 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 ha." Then a month and a half later, he slides up on another video of me and Evan together. We have not DM'd on TikTok since this. And it's a video of us dancing together at Yosemite, and James sides up and says, "Girl, he's so hot." And I'm just like, haha, yeah, whatever, cool. So at that point, that's like the only time that we would text was about him saying how hot Evan was, which is like, whatever, I didn't care. I didn't think anything of it, whatever. So fast forward to October, and me, Evan, Emma, and Brennan all get invited to a birthday party. We get there, and lo and behold, James is there. And Evan and James have not met at this point, obviously. The only thing that's been said is how hot James thinks Evan is, which is like, fine, whatever. So I see James, I say hi to him, and I introduce them to each other. And they're just talking for a fat minute. I don't know what really they were talking about. I wasn't really in the conversation. I was talking to Lila. I was talking to my other friends. I wasn't really in the conversation. And I don't know how accurate this is. I was not listening to the conversation, but Evan did tell me after that James was just saying how Evan was the hottest guy at the bar and he was the hottest guy there. I don't know how true that is. I don't know, but that's what I was told James was saying, is just how hot he was. And once again, I brush it off. Haha, funny, whatever, like, whatever. Like, I don't care, you know? So then, 2 months after that, I get another DM from James. On December 17th, I posted a video of us at Hawaii together, and James, once again, our only DMs is him once again being like, "Oh my God, he's so beautiful." So literally, the only DMs we have in the past year is him saying how hot my boyfriend is. Evan starts saying that James is DMing him on Instagram. And immediately I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you DMing James? Like, immediately I'm just like, fuck no. Like, you're not going to do that. That's weird in my opinion. And at this point, our relationship was basically already over. And even Brennan was like, and Emma were like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you DMing him on Instagram? So we look over at the phone, and Evan sends James a picture on Instagram. So, like, you know how you snap on Snapchat? Like, doing that on Instagram, like, sending pictures back and forth. And Evan is like, you should go to Hawaii with us. And James sends back this saying, like, why should I come to Hawaii? And that, for the first time, is when I was like, what the fuck? And I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure they continued to text throughout the night. I was not like caring enough to go through his phone. I was just like, why are you messaging him? And I just, red flags. It was just so fucking weird. Because mind you, at this point, me and James don't text. Like, me and James aren't even texting like that. James is only texting me to say how hot he is. And now he's sending him snaps over Instagram saying, why should I come to Hawaii? Fast forward, literally 2 weeks past this, me and Evan have broken up. And literally the day after we break up, James texts me. And he basically is asking me and Evan to be a part of this painted commercial video. And it was supposed to be like me and Evan, and it was like a couple thing, and it was for Valentine's Day. So I respond, and I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, but we just broke up, ha ha ha. So I text James that we have broken up, and basically the first thing he says in response is, can I have him now? Just responds, can I have him now? And then was like, ha ha ha, just kidding, what happened? I then proceed to tell him, do you want to be in a painted video with your man? I explained that we broke up. I was going to do a 30-part series. And mind you, he is the only person that I told, because this is a day after we officially broke up, he is the only person I told about a, quote, 30-part series that I was going to film about what I had went through. He goes, what? I go, girl, he's fucking crazy. And then there we go. What happened? Can I have him now? Then tell him, imagine the worst things a human can do. It would take hours to text, but you'll see this series soon. He then asks again about if I'm actually doing a series, that says, I'm sorry. And I go, oh, just wait. I gave this man a platform based off his lies and abuse. I'm gonna wait to heal from it and then clock it, which I did do. And then he goes, shit, I'm sorry, Kayla. And I said, you're good. Thank you. So that was the last time we texted until he flew Evan out to California. But in these, I made it pretty clear that Evan had fucked me over. I brought up abuse, the worst thing a human can do. I mean, but I made it crystal fucking clear that I was fucked over in a pretty big way. We were acquaintances, and he knew me more than he knew Evan. He met Evan through me. I've known James, like, at the end of the day, he knows me more than he knows Evan. So it's like, with that information, with what I told you, it should have been okay, I understand, and move on. There should not be a second part to this. It should have ended right there, and then none of this shit would have happened. There wouldn't be a drama. There wouldn't be a fucking, like, this wouldn't be a fucking drama if it ended where it should have. And in my opinion, if you have good morals, it would have ended there. Me and Evan have our final call. And this is when Evan says to me, if you tell people what I did to you, that means you never loved me. That's when he said all of that on the phone. It was our last ever conversation. But in the beginning of that phone call, while we're talking, he brings up me making a 30-part series. And I immediately am like, how the fuck do you know that? And he quote said a 30-part series. The only fucking person that I texted about making a 30-part series was James. James was the only person I told about making a quote 30-part series. Once again, I don't know how true this is. He was abusive. He was like literally, like we all know by now. But Evan told me that James had sent him screenshots of our messages warning Evan that I was going to make a 30-part series. Once again, don't know how true that is, but it makes fucking sense because on the phone, Evan literally said, so are you going to make that 30-part series about me? And in the text messages, once again, in the messages, I quite literally quote, tune in for the 30-part Who the Fuck Did I Marry series. Right after sending those text messages telling James that we broke up, James went and DM'd him on Instagram, sent him those text messages to warn him, and then they started to create a friendship. And obviously, that forms to be true when about a month after all of this, I'm scrolling on Snapchat and I see that Evan had posted a Snapchat in the exact area that James lives in a backyard that looked identical to James's backyard. And immediately I was like, there's no fucking way. I text James. I text him on March 1st saying, this is so random. Hope you're doing good. Are you with Evan? He says, what? Your ex Evan? Doesn't say yes, doesn't say no. I said yes, posted a picture, looked like your backyard. He goes, why would Evan be in my backyard? Later to find out that he was in his backyard and that James had flown him out to California and they spent the entire fucking weekend together. And in James's video, he was saying that, oh, well, he seemed depressed and sad and like he needed a friend. I have a lot to say about that, but first thing, if you're just being there for a friend and that you think he's a good person, why do you feel the need to have to lie to me about it? The moral of the story is like, you obviously knew you were doing something fucking wrong if you had to lie to me about it. Fast forward another month. Me and James do not text. Nobody ever comes clean about anything. Nobody says anything, nothing. I release my he doesn't love you and I talk about everything that he had done to me. And me and James still are not talking. He still does not text me and say, hey, I'm sorry, doesn't try to explain himself, nothing. And in my opinion, that's because he didn't think he'd get caught. He didn't think I'd find out, so he had no reason to tell me firsthand. So then it is Coachella weekend, a couple weeks later, and a video is posted exposing James to have flown my ex-boyfriend out to California. The second that this video goes public, James starts to blow up my phone, asking if I'm at Coachella, saying that we need to talk. I immediately already knew what he was talking about. Are you at Coachella? Yeah, I am. Can I talk to you? I shut it down. I don't want to fucking talk to you. I don't want to fucking talk to you. He says, I felt guilty for weeks and I didn't know how to tell you and I owe the truth. I explained it to you from my mouth, not the Zach guy, and then you can feel however you want to. To me, it's quite ironic that you suddenly feel guilty about this the second that it's made public. I'm annoyed with myself for allowing you to find out this way instead of just telling you myself. I say, okay. He then says, he manipulated me as well, and I fell for it. To when I then reply, I got so pissed off. How did you get to the point for him to manipulate you? I told you he abused me the day we broke up. Then you texted him that day that I told you that. But I'd rather talk to you about this tomorrow. You met him because he was my boyfriend. The fact that my word was not believed. My text messages of me saying that it was abusive, that he did the worst things a human could possibly do, those were taken lightheartedly. And then you went and DM'd him and formed a friendship with my ex-boyfriend, believed everything he was saying about being depressed and suicidal, and you wanted to sit there and be there for him, and you believed everything that came out of his mouth, but not mine? Listen, I get it. If your name's being slandered and you want to clock that shit, fucking clock it. I get it. But to do it an hour after I win the court case is fucking crazy, in my opinion. An hour, 1 hour after I announced that I win the court case, here's a 10-minute video, and all my comments are now flooded with, did you see James's new video? You couldn't even wait till the fucking 8th? Like, that's crazy to me. And I get it. I get it. You wanted to clear the air. I get that. But to not even wait 3 hours? Not even an hour and a half? What the fuck?
Now, after all of this back and forth between James Charles, Zach Sellers, Be Better, and most importantly, Kayla Malik, the TikTok generation had finally been exposed to the sordid and dirty and disgusting alleged history of James Charles. One that he attempted to clean up once more in July of 2023 before the launch of his own brand, Painted, which is something we will discuss in a couple of chapters' time. But finally, James Charles's cleaned reputation was tainted. The past had reared its ugly head once again. And despite the repeated calls of the general public for accountability, James still remains on the platform with an audience that is still taking James Charles's side. Despite all of the allegations it is that I have been able to display for you this evening, as well as his repeated traits of just being a bad friend and trying to date straight men. The very thing it is that Tati Westbrook whistleblown against back in 2019. But one message should be made clear in this chapter. Justice for Kayla Malik should always and forever be prioritized. Her bravery in coming forward has not only shed a light on the abuse that she has suffered, but has also exposed the broader ecosystem of enablers who protect influencers under the guise of fame and influence.
But Paige, shouldn't we also be commending Zach Sellers, who after initially being deceived decided to do the right thing?
Well, honestly, that guy is a whole separate can of worms, which we will discuss later. And we will discuss that later in 2 chapters' time. But for now, somebody came out, somebody spoke out. A victim who I have vigilantly been supporting for the past 6 years. 6 years since his bravery to stand up against one of the most influential and most recognized influencers on the planet. The whole reason that I display this photo in the back of my videos since 2020. Ethan returned. Now, if you guys remember, before we went into the minor allegations of James Charles, I did say that there was one minor allegation that we were missing out, which was the first one. People believed that Matthew was the first minor allegation. He was not. The first minor allegation was made by a young boy who goes by the name of Ethan Rhett. At the time, he used to go by the name of Ethan Andrews. Ethan Rhett is James Charles's first minor accuser. At age 14, he made a video of which he alleges that James Charles not only sent him nudes, but solicited nudes from him, and he had the receipts to prove it. Sometime in July 2020, before all of the previous allegations surrounding James Charles and minors had come forward, Ethan released receipts on social media that he believes shows that James Charles attempted to groom him. He was ridiculed, he was attacked, and he was even dragged by other influencers in the space for being a liar and a clout chaser, despite having receipts to prove what he alleged. This led Ethan, who was only 14 years old at the time, to not only leave TikTok, but leave the internet entirely. Despite him leaving TikTok, a platform of which he had amassed 330,000 followers of his own right. But also, despite all of that, it was very clear that Ethan was having an extreme mental decline after the entire, when I mean the entire, I mean the entire internet had turned on him. If you are to search Ethan Andrew, which is what he was known as at the time, on YouTube right now, you will find numerous different videos calling him a liar. Even some of my commentary contemporaries called this boy a liar. On July 27th, 2020, a 14-year-old Ethan Andrew posted a video on his big brother's channel detailing how James Charles had sent him nudes. Now, the original video that came out has since been removed from YouTube, and I did have it, but again, it was on that old hard drive from all those years ago. But there is a copy of the video that is available online at present, and that video is a video by a James Charles stan or fan who was basically making notes and annotations all over the video stating that Ethan was a liar. So whilst we will be using this video, I just want to make it abundantly clear that the notes and the annotations that you see on screen are not by me, but by the person who has re-uploaded the original video. In the 10-minute video, Ethan starts the video by writing this note. Dear James, I'm not making this video to cancel you or to destroy your image, but to simply get my truth out. I really did enjoy being your friend until you started wanting more from me. Because of you, a part of me will never be the same. And I wish I could say everything, but I'm scared of what you will do to me. My name is Ethan Rhett. I am a 14-year-old boy from Dallas, Texas. Me and James started off as friends, and then he got comfortable sending me nudes. After several times of me asking him to stop, he knew I was 14, but because I was young, he thought that he could take advantage of me and control me. And every time I refused to do what he wanted, he threatened to out me. He then goes on to show what is believed to be a blurred image of James Charles naked in his bathroom. Now, it must be noted that this is the exact same bathroom that James Charles shared his own nudes publicly on the 25th of August 2019. My wedding anniversary. But James posted these nudes himself after he got hacked and somebody was threatening him with his own nudity content. So James decided to take his power back by posting his nudes himself in what I believe to be the exact same bathroom from the blurred video that Ethan had showed at the beginning of his video, with the same big window in the back. But of course, it's obscured. So how could we possibly know, right? But what I also would ask is how in the hell would a 14-year-old Ethan have this video if it wasn't sent to him? In this video, Ethan then goes on to show receipts of him and James talking to one another. Now, it's evident to see that there are no responses from Ethan, meaning that Ethan likely deleted his messages to James Charles. This led many people to believe that Ethan must have been lying about the situation with James Charles. But I would also like to counter that Ethan was a 14-year-old boy who was likely scared and didn't know what to do. Because as he said at the beginning of his video, he was scared of being outed. And might I note, Ethan is now an openly proud and gay man. So the idea, the possibility that somebody was wielding that against him is fucking diabolical. Anyway, to go back to the video, his elder brother starts it off by supporting his brother and letting him know that he has his back publicly before Ethan shares his story with us.
Before we get this video started, speaking on his behalf, because I know he's scared, but you know, I'm not scared of anybody or anyone. But anyways, a lot of people are going to say you're doing this for clout. A lot of people are going to say this is fake, but it's not fake. You know, there's receipts, there's proof to back it up. So at the end of the day, whatever type of person you are, that's what will reflect on you. That's all I'm saying. But he's going to speak his truth and nothing but his truth. So before y'all even start to hate or anything, if you have anything negative to say, just click off the video. Go somewhere else with it.
I'm going to let the whole video play out. But what I will say, again, just for people who may have missed it, the annotations that are on that video are not my own. It is from a video that I was able to pick up on YouTube, as once again the original video has been deleted. Take a look.
Alright, so about a couple months ago, back in March, I would say, one of my homeboys were on James Charles Live, and he was like, bro, like, join this, like, let's just troll. And, like, we were just putting random stuff and just trolling, and my friend was like, yo, like, I bet you won't DM him, man. I wasn't thinking anything of it. I said, alright, bet, I'm gonna DM him. So I DM him, and I guess the next day he responds, and he tells me, why do you keep texting me? And I was like, what? I was like, I don't keep texting you, like what are you talking about? And he just kind of ignores the subject, because I sent him like a picture back of me, and I guess, I don't know, he finds me attractive or whatever. I don't know what he was hiding in his brain going on. He asked me what my age was, and I told him I was 14 years old, and he told me I was very young. And I said, yeah, and he said, add me on Snapchat because I feel more comfortable talking on there. And so I said, okay, like, let's do it, like, bet. And me not knowing anything, like, I just think that's cool, like, James Charles, like, 18, 17 million followers, like, wants me to add him on Snap, like, not even in a clout way, like, I'm just saying, like, that's dope, like, an influencer, like, everybody knows who he is pretty much, like, that's awesome. And so I thought it was cool, and he just started getting a little too comfortable with me and just pushing it over the limits, knowing I was underage. And I started talking to him about it, and he didn't really believe it until he saw it with his own eyes, James Charles being so pushy and just making me feel uncomfortable to the max. And I honestly, like, he was like, I guess he was trying to get me into thinking I was bisexual or gay, whatever he wants to, whatever y'all want to call it. But he was asking me to send him nudes, and he kept wanting me to go to LA, and he kept sending me nudes, and I kept just sending me a picture back. I didn't respond. I just literally sent a picture back to me, and he would leave it on open, and then snap me like a few hours later, sending me another picture of his like ass. You know, I'm just gonna say it, like, it made me feel super uncomfortable. And so yeah, like, honestly, like, I'm not making this video to cancel. I'm just trying to help others out there, because there's a lot of kids that are my age that I think it's awesome that James Charles is asking Adam on Snapchat, but in reality he's trying He's trying to make you think that you are something you're not. And I don't want that happening to anybody else. And to all the parents and everybody watching this video, I'm trying to help you out for the future with your kids. And to make sure always, like, stay in touch, like ask them, like, check their phones, whatever you know to do, you know, because, like, there's people like him.
James is a child predator. My thing is, you asked him how old you were, and when he told you he was 14 years old, you still continue to try to force yourself on a minor, a kid, a little kid. So my thing is, like, I don't know, I just don't think that's cool. That's disgusting. You're 21 years old, and you want a 14-year-old? Out of all the people in LA, there's 4 million people in LA, and you choose to try to force yourself on a 14-year-old. I don't know, I just don't think this is right or okay, and I don't think he should just be walking around, you know, being able to keep doing what he's doing. In the past, I've heard things, you know, he's had plenty of scandals. I've actually heard him, like, trying to force himself on God. I never believed it, you know. You always think that, oh, maybe people are just trying to just demolish his image or tear him down because he's at a higher power. But my thing is, at the end of the day, it's just like, wow, all of that stuff is true, and everything you've ever heard, it's true. That's actually who he is as a person. And like I said again, I'm not trying to, like, destroy anybody's image or tear anyone's character down, but, you know, that's just not cool. He's 14 years old. He's, like, basically my little brother. He is my little brother. So I just don't understand why you felt the need to force yourself on a 14-year-old and sending him nudes and videos of you when he continued to tell you he was uncomfortable and he didn't want to send you nudes back. And it's not cool. I mean, I know that, you know, you're king or queen, whatever you want to call it, of manipulation, but he's only 14 years old, and threatening him, saying you're going to do this, you're going to do that, just so he's your little toy so you can play with him whenever you want, is not cool at all. And there definitely should be consequences for it.
So last night, a buddy of mine sent me a video link to Logan Paul's podcast with James Charles on it. And he asked me if James Charles was talking about me. I was like, what? And so I watched the video, and James Charles is talking about this TikTok boy that he was always trying to fly out, and he wouldn't because he would always make excuses about family problems. And that was me. Like, I would always make excuses because I didn't want to go out there. I felt uncomfortable about family problems. And when I did say I would come out there, you know, like, hangout wise, I said I was going to come out with him, which is like my brother, like older brother, you know. And he got very defensive and mad about it, actually. And he said, well, if I fly you out here, I want you to stay with me, all this and all that. And I didn't know what to do. And I just felt very uncomfortable. And so,
keep in mind, he's 14 years old. You want to fly a 14-year-old boy out to your house. That's weird. That is mad weird.
And so I continue watching his podcast, and I'm just like, yo, like, I think this is, like, towards me. Like, it's honestly, like, everything that he talks about in his podcast, like, I told him. Like, it was always excuses, like, always something. And it was always that because I always felt uncomfortable. And he exaggerated a lot. He said we were talking. I never agreed to that. I never said I was bisexual to him. I never, any of that, none of that. And I guess he was trying to get me to think I was, but I really wasn't. And so I texted him, like, yo, like, I think there's shade being thrown. Like, were you talking about me? And he was like, oh, no, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about some Romanian boy. And I was like,
named what?
Nick. And
which I think is Nick Austin.
Yeah, but it's all good because he then said it was a guy named Nick from LA, which is kind of like, who would that be? You know, honestly. But I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried about other kids out there happening to them. Like, I feel like honestly, a part of me will never be the same. I'm honestly still uncomfortable to the situation to this day. There's so much more that I could honestly say. Yeah, and he also told me that if I make any video about him or do anything, he will come after me and destroy me and make my life a living hell. And so he tried playing mind games with me, saying I told him I was 18, which I never did, and all this and all that last night. And
he tried to say he never sent me nudes.
Yeah, he tried to say that he doesn't send nudes. He's never sent me nudes, which y'all saw from the beginning of the video. All the proof is right there. All the receipts are right there. I'm making this video because I want you to stop threatening me and putting threats on me and saying you're going to come after me and destroy me. And it just needs to stop, James, honestly. And I know you're going to try to dig yourself out of this hole that you're in. But honestly, I don't think you will be able to. And this is always the bottom, like, just my whole heart, everybody. I just want all the kids out there to understand that just because there's a big influencer texting you doesn't mean they can control your life, and don't let that happen to you. And thank God I was smart enough, because, you know, he's taught me a lot, and like how to live life, like, you know, the real way. And I just want other kids to realize that and understand that. And I just want to say one more thing to James. Please do not threaten me anymore. Please don't try to come after me or my family or do any of that. Those are my final words to you.
Now, at this time, Ethan is the first alleged minor victim of James Charles, and nobody believed him. If you go to the comment section of the video with the nasty annotations, in the comment section you will see an abundance of people calling him a liar, a clout chaser, and all of these horrible things, simply for sharing his story with receipts. Which leads me to the other question: how much receipts do you guys need to take shit seriously? But then, to add insult to injury, a TikToker by the name of Reagan777 supported the dismissal of Ethan's claims, making more people believe that he was a liar and a clout chaser, purely because she knew him in person and there was no way that this could have happened. Take a look at this diabolical bitch.
Okay, I don't like getting in drama. I don't get in drama. I don't like getting in drama, but if I see something that I don't like, something that's not true, a fabricated statement, I'm gonna speak up on it, especially if I know the people personally. So these two guys, Ethan and Zay, are trying to claim that James Charles baited them. And people are believing them, as they do on social media. What I think is funny about it is that a month ago, they texted me, since I've known them for 2 or 3 years now. They live a good 20-30 minutes away from me. I've never met them personally, but we've been social media friends for a fat minute. James commented on one of my videos and they saw it, so they FaceTimed me. Keep in mind, the only time they've ever reached out to me is whenever I've hit a success or I've hit another milestone, which is also really funny. But they saw that James commented on one of my videos. It was a transition video and he gave me a compliment. Obviously, I'm a fangirl, so I was freaking out. This is part 1. Part 2 is going to be posted after this. So Ethan and Zay snap call me. I answered the call and they were like, hey, we saw that James commented on your video. Like, that's super cool. And I was just freaking out. And I was like, oh my gosh, yes, he did. And then Ethan was like, well, I actually talked to James. And Zay was like, yeah, he talks to James. And I was like, oh, like, that's so cool, whatever. And then he proceeded to tell me that he DM'd him and that James actually responded and he thought that was crazy. He's telling me how it was so cool that James had talked to him and that they Snapchatted each other. He was just basically bragging about how James talks to him and how he flirts with James and all this stuff. He told me, he's like, I'm not gay, but like, it's James Charles, so I'm gonna flirt with him. Keep in mind, Ethan has told me before that he's 17, about to turn 18. All of a sudden, he's 14. So when I hear that he told James that he was 14, and then I saw that James posted screenshots saying he's 18, I believed it, because he lied to me about his age. Part 3 is after this. I think it's funny that in his video, he's 14 or 15, either or, they're the same thing. And he's saying, well, he could have looked me up. I could have looked him up too, but I didn't, because that's weird. Who just goes and looks people up? I'm sorry, I don't do that. Basically, Ethan claims that James baited him, James was sending him booty pics, and that he felt so uncomfortable. He felt like his family's life was in danger because he was being hit on after he DM'd someone, saying that he was trying to shoot his shot, knowing their sexuality, lying about their age. But in his video, he says everything opposite of what actually happened, and I know because he told me. So I saw on Snapchat Drama Alert the video clips from Ethan's video he made telling the story about James Charles and what happened. I'm not even lying when I say I looked at that video like this, because a month ago they had told me exactly what happened and it was nothing that they were saying in the video. They were conscious about the whole situation. Part 4 after this. So whenever I saw that Snapchat, I sent it to him. I screenshotted it and I sent it to him. I sent it to Ethan on Snapchat. I don't have his number saved because I just thought they were sketchy in the first place. He opened my screenshot that I sent him, left it on red, and I replied again. I was not about to let someone get canceled for something that didn't even happen just because they want a little bit of clout. And I sent him a bunch of question marks, didn't answer. So then the next day I Snapchatted him, this is yesterday, and I said, why are you lying about this to get clout? I'm blocked. Then I go in my DMs and I'm like, maybe I can find something about it in Zay's DMs on Instagram because he always DMs me. I'm blocked. So if y'all want to believe Ethan and Zay, y'all can, but whenever I try to confront them about it because they told me what happened, they blocked me. Isn't that like a little bit sketchy? Just a tiny bit sketchy that they blocked me. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna let someone get canceled for something they didn't do, especially if you lied about your age. Everything Ethan and Zay said in the video is the complete opposite from what they told me. It's very clear what they're trying to do, and it's disgusting. Okay, last video. Wouldn't you think James, out of all people, and after everything that happened last year, he'd be a little bit cautious about who he talks to? So why would he go knowing that his career could just be ended like that and talk to a 14-year-old? It's pretty clear he lied about his age. He did it to me too. The only reason I felt obligated to speak on this is because I know them and they told me to my face on Snap FaceTime what was happening, and they made a video and lied about everything. There's a little bit more things that make it clear that they're lying, but maybe I'll go live or something about it later. I don't know. I don't like drama, so probably not, but maybe. I'm not gonna put their ads. They don't deserve any clout, especially for doing this. So if y'all want to go find them, y'all can. But just know, I know they're lying. I'm pretty sure James has posted screenshots proving that they're lying. But that's it. Kinda. They're lying.
Now, all of the videos it is that Reagan made at the time have been completely wiped from her TikTok. But what I will say is that Reagan is still friends with James Charles. Reagan was embroiled in a drama more recently pertaining to a party it is that she was having, and I guess she invited a bunch of different influencers, and the +1 of an influencer basically said her party was trash or something. Stupid, trivial drama.
Currently getting canceled because I went to an influencer's birthday party and I said that I didn't have fun, so I decided to leave. For some context, here were the vibes of the party. Like, do you guys blame me for wanting to leave a little early? Expectations were so high. I was super excited to go. I did go as a +1, so my friend was invited. I posted an OOTD, which is where I'm getting a lot of these comments. You can see I am so excited to work for the dating app Bumble and to put on ambassador and influencer events, collab with bars all the time, so we would cover drinks, food, and even sometimes Ubers. So that was kind of my expectation, and my expectations weren't met. I just felt like I was gonna have to spend money to hang out in the same space as someone, and that's just not something me or my friends wanted to do. I really tried for a couple of hours and it just wasn't the vibe. Not comfortable and having fun somewhere, don't stay. Like, you're never obligated to do that. So because of that, it was just a flop in my opinion. I want to clarify, it might look like an intimate event because not a lot of people showed up, but it's supposed to be like a big bar club scene. At the end of the day, as long as the birthday girl had fun, that is all that mattered, and it did look like she personally was having fun.
And who decided to come onto the internet to support Reagan against all of the things it is that people were saying about her online? None other than James Charles. Was that you paying it forward, sir?
If I was hosting a birthday party with my closest friends and family to celebrate my special day being brought onto this earth, and some random bitch showed up as a +1 and posted a video online with squeaky sneakers overlaid over top of it for TikTok clout, I'm letting you know right now that I would find that person and I would run them over with my car. And then I would put the car in reverse, I would back up, and then I would run them over again, because bitches in Los Angeles have lost their mind. This was a birthday party, not a brand event, not some red carpet, not some crazy party at a club. This was a birthday party that someone was hosting at their house that you were only at because you knew a friend of a friend. You don't even know this person. You have zero reason to be there other than to keep your friend who was invited company. That is your one job the entire night, is to bring a good vibe and look cute and fun next to your friend. Now, if you showed up at this party and you did not like the vibe, that's fine. I am not a big nightlife person. I don't really like partying. It is not really my scene. I have left so many parties because I get anxious or I'm just not feeling the vibe, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But you say your goodbyes, you say thank you for having me, and you walk out the door and you never think about it again, because your opinion of somebody else's birthday party does not matter. It doesn't matter privately, and it certainly does not need to be shared publicly just to make somebody feel bad about themselves. And she's literally sitting there being like, I'm a psychology major. I went because I want to analyze people. Bitch! Analyze yourself. Oh my God. The fact that instead of just walking out of the door and leaving peacefully, you said, oh, I'm going to film some clips of this and post a shady TikTok online just for some clout to make somebody else feel bad. I don't need to be a psychology major to tell you that something's not wired right up there, okay? And I know she was also complaining about not having an open free bar, but clearly, if there was no alcohol, somebody slipped her a clout drug, okay? And I hope it's worn off now, because that shit has some crazy side effects. Reagan, you're a far better person than I am. Happy birthday, my love.
And what I will say to Reagan is, how fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? I've said this once before. I've made various different videos, including these clips, but how fucking dare you? What, on a hunch, on a maybe, on a might be? because you just don't believe them. And then to sit there and have a continued friendship with this guy after all of the allegations, you fucking disgust me. And if there is anything that you need to do in your lifetime, it is to go over to Ethan and to apologize for not only ruining his bustling TikTok career by giving validity to the fact that he might not be telling the truth to your 2-odd million subscribers, because the damage that you have assisted in doing is irreparable. It's irreparable. And I genuinely hope you never sleep correctly at night. I hope that you do not feel good rest until you apologize. But I digress. Ethan's brother Zay decided to make another video in support of his little brother, dragging her for sowing the seeds of doubt. He did that in a video titled, "Dear Reagan 777, please stop lying. Brackets, receipts included."
Hello.
Why are you lying?
Why am I, what?
This situation has nothing to do with you. You don't know what you're talking about. Not once did I ever call you. You never followed me back. You switched up after you left the team. So I don't get why you're trying to do this shit for clout. Don't play stupid. I never called you. One, I've never had you on Snapchat. So you saying, and when did I block you on Instagram? Because I have a screen recording of you unsending your I have a screen recording of you unsending your messages.
Me? What? Wow, y'all are really trying to make this bigger than it is already. That's crazy.
It's crazy what people would do for clout. All I'm saying is,
What you would do. Y'all are lying.
all right, Reagan.
You know you're lying.
Just like how you.
They live a good 20-30 minutes away from me. I've never met them personally, but we've been social media friends for a fat minute.
If you never met me personally, how do you know I live a good 20-30 minutes away? You don't know where I live, Reagan, but okay.
James commented on one of my videos and they saw it, so they FaceTimed me. Keep in mind, the only time they've ever reached out to me is whenever I've hit a success or I've hit another milestone, which is also really funny.
First of all, that is cap. I will be inserting receipts after all of this is over, but before you even blew up on TikTok, before you were even famous, I met you at the mall and I was filming a YouTube video, filming a public video with random people there. You came up to me, you're like, ooh, you're a YouTuber. I make YouTube videos too. At the time, you only had one YouTube video up and it was asking boys if I'm cute or something like that on Monkey. It was a Monkey video on YouTube. So you had 10K subscribers. I don't remember how many I had, but you asked me to collab and I was like, sure. At the time, you seemed pretty cool. You were a chill girl, and we just never fell through with that.
He was just basically bragging about how James talks to him and how he flirts with James and all this stuff. He told me, he's like, I'm not gay, but like, it's James Charles, so I'm gonna flirt with him. Keep in mind, Ethan has told me before that he's 17, about to turn 18. All this.
Let me stop you right there. But I'm saying, you know, and I know that we can call other people. You were in that group chat. You know everything that went down. We all introduced ourselves to each other. There's plenty of witnesses. Everyone in that group chat knew Ethan was 14 years old, including you. So please stop lying.
A month ago, they had told me exactly what happened, and it was nothing that they were saying in the video. They were conscious.
Reagan, alright. I'm addressing this video because what you're not about to do is keep talking down on my name. One, you switched up a long time ago. A long time ago. We stopped talking. Every time we talked, it was, hey, congratulations. I congratulated on you because, you know, you used to be part of my team. So I was happy for you. You were starting to become successful. So I was proud. I was happy. So I congratulated you. Now you're trying to make claims that we talked. We never talked, bro. We had short conversations. But other than that, I've never talked to you on the phone, besides other than today.
So whenever I saw that Snapchat, I sent it to him. I screenshotted it and I sent it to him. I sent it to Ethan on Snapchat. I don't have his number saved because I just thought they were sketchy in the first place. He opened my...
You thought we were sketchy in the first place, but at the same time, you said you met us 2 to 3 years ago. One, that's a lie. You never met us 2 to 3 years ago, because I didn't even know Ethan 2, 3 years ago. So just stop lying, bro.
Screenshot that I sent him, left it on red, and I replied again. I was not about to let someone get canceled for something that didn't even happen just because they want a little bit of clout. And I sent him a bunch of question marks, didn't answer. So then the next day I Snapchatted him, this is yesterday, and I said, why are you lying about this to get clout? I'm blocked. Then I go on my DMs and like, maybe I can find something about it in Zay's DMs on Instagram because he always DMs me. I'm blocked.
What?
I actually have a question.
What?
Why is Joe are telling the complete truth when I asked Ethan why did he block me? Because he blocked me on Instagram and he blocked me on Snapchat. I just can't find your username, so I thought you blocked me.
So I blocked you?
No, I thought you blocked me.
Then why did you tell everyone on TikTok that you blocked me?
What?
Why are you telling your followers you blocked me?
I didn't say.
In that phone call clip you guys saw, Reagan said, oh, she thought I blocked her. So this whole thing, that's just, she's making false claims. She's doing this for clout, hoping to be friends with someone who isn't interested. So I don't understand why you're still continuing trying to inject yourself in a situation because you know West. When you just said that you didn't save our numbers because we were sketch and you met us 2, 3. Your stories just aren't adding up. Please stop, Reagan. I don't want to make something bigger than what it is, but unfortunately you have already brought false claims onto social media.
I want to believe Ethan and Zay, y'all can, but whenever I try to confront them about it because they told me what happened.
I never told you anything. Like I said, I do not talk to you. If I do talk to you, it's not about none of my business because 1, we're not friends. 2, I don't know you, remember?
They blocked me. Isn't that like a little bit sketchy? Just...
What's sketchy is I have receipts showing that I didn't block you. You yourself said, oh, my bad. Like, you're just doing this for clout. It's all lies. Please stop, Reagan.
Tiny bit sketchy that they blocked me.
Never blocked you.
I'm not gonna let someone get canceled for something they didn't do. Especially if you lied about your age. Everything Ethan and Zay said in the video is the complete opposite from what they told me. It's very clear what they're trying to do, and it's disgusting.
Okay, so, and then also, this, after watching that TikTok video, search up on her Instagram, then maybe I did block her, which I didn't. I checked in her Instagram. She wasn't blocked. And then I asked her, when did I ever block you? Why are you lying? You're the... okay, I don't know what I was trying to say. Oh, caught her clout chaser. Yup, and I still mean that. That whole video was false. Very true. Looks like that's all. Okay, so, I'm tired of all this drama going back and forth. It's draining at this time, but at the same time, you're not gonna speak down on my name. A lot of the statements you made in that video were 1, false, 2, made up, 3, made 0 correlation. We were not friends. Why would I FaceTime you when I don't have your number, didn't have you added on Snapchat, didn't have you on Instagram, although we had previous DMs prior to when we were friends. They're still there. I'm still in your inbox because we were once DMing, so that's the only reason why I'm allowed to DM you now. But so why all of a sudden, when certain things are going on, you think it's okay to just prove you know everything, and although you have a big following, you're just trying to manipulate your followers and viewers for temporary clout, which is not cool. You know, a lot of people are believing a lot what's going on, and you're not making the situation any better. So Reagan, do me a favor and just please stop. This doesn't have to be bigger than what it is. It's not too late. You can take those videos down. Everything you said in that was false. After this video, I can prove that it was false. Don't have you on Snapchat. I've never blocked you. I never was on a FaceTime or Snapchat video with you. None of that. You stopped talking to us, Reagan. You started acting different. You and I know that. Everyone part of the group knows that. So once again, just please stop. I don't bother you. Please, I don't know why you're doing this. Just stop.
But just to go back to the story, after Ethan's brother Zay called out Reagan, he was still receiving quite a lot of hate. Zay's videos have never really been able to garner the amount of views needed for people to take his story seriously. They didn't have the public on their side en masse, in the same way that James Charles with 20 million subscribers, etc. does, and Reagan with her 2 million subscribers had. So as you can imagine, Ethan had a huge meltdown on his social media, crying about what had taken place with him and the fact that nobody believed him. Take a look. Listen to the young 14-year-old boy cry.
Anybody that has seen the James Charles video and has commented on that post, on that video, talking about where's the facts, where's the receipt saying that you were 14. I don't have the receipts. I told him on FaceTime, I told him on Snapchat. I have like a 3-second video of us being on FaceTime, okay? I am 14 years old. I have 330,000 followers on TikTok. I'm not trying to be arrogant. My age is on the internet, okay? It says 15, it's a 1-year difference. I'm still a minor. I'm still underage. My age is on the internet, okay? If he really wanted to look that deep into it, he could have looked up my age. I told him my age. He knew my age. So to everybody saying, where's the receipts? I don't have the receipts. I have the receipts of him wanting to fly me out, though. I have the receipts of all of that. Okay? He was trying to flip it on me, saying that I said I was 18 years old. I didn't say I was 18 years old. Okay? He talked about me on Logan Paul's podcast and texted him asking if there was shade being thrown at me. You know what? He said no. He was talking about some Romanian boy, okay? First of all, it's crazy how that Romanian boy said everything I was saying to him, making all those excuses. I was uncomfortable. I didn't want to come see you alone. I had my homeboy. I asked my homeboy if he would come with me because I didn't want to be with you alone because you sent me nudes. And every time you sent me nudes, I left you unopened. And you know what? You would get mad or you would snap me back. You would continue snapping me. Okay? I was scared. I didn't know what to do. Alright? I had mixed emotions. I didn't know what to do. All I wanted to do was be friends, okay? Yes, people are talking about how me and my friend were on there just putting troll comments. Our comments weren't bad. We were putting random emojis. Nothing wrong with putting random emojis. I didn't put nothing making fun of gay people. I didn't do any of that, okay? I didn't do one thing of that. So for everybody saying I'm queer baiting, whatever y'all want to call it, I'm not. I wanted a friendship with this dude. He kept taking it too far. I didn't know what to do. I was stuck in a position where I didn't know what to do. So for everybody saying, oh, where's the receipt? Saying, oh, you were 14 years old. I don't have it. I don't have the receipts. At the time, I wasn't thinking this would happen. I started feeling uncomfortable, and I thought I would have to come out to the public talking about this whole situation because there might be kids out there my age that this has happened to, and they want to get it out, but they're too afraid. So I'm standing up for myself, just as well as these other kids that it's probably happened to. Come on now, Jay. What makes you think that this one is not true, okay? What makes you think that he wasn't talking to a 14-year-old boy, huh? Oh, there's no receipt saying I'm 14 years old. My age is on the internet. I am a public figure. I have 330,000 followers on TikTok. I have a fan base. I have people that care about me. He knew my TikTok. I have little girls commenting on my Instagram. There's no one older than 18 in my Instagram comments. I don't have facial hair. I don't have any facial hair. You see that? No, I don't look 18 years old. Like, what are you talking about? I'm sick of everybody accusing me for all of this. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm trying to help you out. If this has ever happened to you, I'm trying to speak out so all these other kids will speak out like I said. I'm just trying to help everybody. I'm sick of this. Like, come on, when are we all going to come together and cancel this dude? He deserves to be imprisoned. Come on now, my age is on the internet like I said. And for everybody talking about this should have been done behind the screen, police authorities, all that. I'm trying to get this out there. So just in case your daughter, your son, maybe yourself is dealing with this, I'm trying to get kids to speak out on this situation. That's the only thing I'm trying to do. I put my socials in the bio because maybe people want to check me out, you know? Like, you never know. Like, honestly, I put my friend's channel in the bio. Like, what? What's so wrong with that? That's me clout chasing. What are you talking about? I don't want nothing to do with this. I was trying to help kids out, and I'm getting hate for that. I'm getting hate for it, and I'm just sick of this. You know, it's a yeah. There's no proof of me saying 14, but James Charles said I was 18. Where's the proof for that? I never said it. The world may honestly never know, but I promise you, I am 14 years old. I told him my age. Where is his receipts of me saying I'm 18 years old? Why are you not talking about that? Why are you not talking about the receipts of him saying I'm 18 years old? There is none. There's none for me either. It just happened. We didn't think it would get this far. He thought he could take advantage of me. I'm smarter than that. Come on now, y'all. And I was on the phone with this dude. I was on the phone with James Charles when he was talking about, he was looking through my tags, okay? My tags show me I'm little in my tags. Like I look like a little kid in my tags. I look like a little boy. He was looking through my tags and he called me cute on FaceTime with me, looking through my Instagram tags. I look like a little boy. Like, come on now, James. What do you, oh my God. Oh my God.
After that, we never heard from Ethan again. He continued on with his school, and when other alleged victims came up, he stayed silent. And I understand why. He had had a public ass whooping in a way that he should never have had. He never approached the conversation or discussion again. But I never stopped talking about it. I never let it go. Because in Ethan, I see my cousins. In Ethan, I see now as a mother my son. I never let his voice not be a part of the discussion when we are talking about James Charles, because before the others came out, he was the first, and he was condemned and villainized. This kid, who might I add was 14 years old, ended up getting harassed so effing badly on social media that he has not been on TikTok ever since. So instead of, addressing all of the numerous predatory allegations and claims it is that have come out against him, he is now choosing to deal with this in a 7.5-minute rant that literally nobody asked for. So many straight people have said that, he's somewhat encouraged them to think that possibly that they are gay, or that, at least that they are sexually fluid in some way. I have said since the end of time to never forget about what James Charles did. And some of these minors who came forward with evidence, might I add, with video evidence of James Charles in the nude exposing his buttocks. And they were 14 years old. In the first week of 2023, James Charles wants me, a mother of two, to sit down and dismiss this one allegation? Because the person who did it had bad intentions. What about all of the other times, James? What about your intentions? I've had this photo on my wall and it says, "Don't forget about what James Charles did." And I never forgot. I never forgot. But it seems like a lot of y'all out there, y'all truly forgot about what James Charles has done and has consistently been doing for the past 4 to 5 years. And I think about how, if this had been my child, I would want James Charles's head. I would want his head. And I sit down sometimes like dead ass and I fucking cry for that little boy. I cry for the innocence that has been taken away from him. I cry for the way that y'all, all of y'all on social media, sat down and condemned him and said, "You don't have enough evidence. Fuck you, we're not believing you." But y'all went on to believe the others. But none of you ever turned around and fucking circled back to Ethan. None of you ever turned around, circled back to Ethan and apologized to him. Because of his lack of evidence. There is an abundance of evidence now. I think about this kid who's had to pull himself up by his bootstraps. He's had to walk into school knowing that everyone fucking knows about what took place, that his school friends probably don't even fucking believe him. And the saddest thing about it to me is that this little boy has grown up knowing and learning a very hard way that if you are a boy victim, that people just don't listen to you. And that they don't care. But Ethan, I never stopped caring. For the past 3 years, I've had this photograph in the background of all of my videos because I didn't want to forget, and I didn't think that anybody else should forget about what James Charles did. And the reality is that I actually don't think that this should be here anymore. I think that I should just redo it and completely take out James Charles's name. And the reason I say this is because it's not even about James Charles. I don't want to forget about Ethan. So if every single time there is a new allegation, every single time there is something that comes up, every single time that James Charles starts searching the internet for people who can be their soulmates to send them DMs like they haven't learned a goddamn thing, I'm going to remember Ethan. I decided to keep talking about it year after year. And with every new allegation that came up, I made sure that we circled back to Ethan. And I made sure, at least on this side of the internet, on my channel, that we never forget him. But then, shortly after Kayla Malik's story had revitalized all of the allegations surrounding James Charles and his long-standing history with boys and men, Ethan's older brother Zay came to the internet and told everybody on TikTok once more all of the things that he alleges James did.
Story time about how James Charles tries to take advantage of my younger 14-year-old brother, and when he does not get his way, he sues us. Alright, so this all started back in 2020, back when TikTok was kind of blowing up during COVID days when no one had anything to do in the house but stay at home, quarantine, and chill. At the time, my brother had just started his TikTok account maybe about like 7-8 months ago, and he's been going viral. He's having a lot of traction, pick up on his page, and he's seriously trying to build a career off of TikTok. At the time, don't quote me on this, I want to say he had like maybe 700, 800,000 followers on TikTok. He was going viral. He was posting things every single day. Thirst traps, collabs, you name it, any type of videos you could think of, and it was picking up. Not gonna lie, he was doing his shit. And before I continue with this video, I do want to stress the fact that I'm not making this video to intentionally hurt anyone, to intentionally damage anyone's career. I'm more so just trying to spread awareness because as I see things pop up on my For You page all the time, it honestly triggers me and hurts me that my brother was a victim at one point and the shit was just swept under the rug. Back in 2020, James had followed my younger brother on TikTok. He was 14 years old at the time. He had liked and commented under one of his videos that had went viral at the time, and Ethan got extremely excited because out of all the influencer friends he's built over the platform, James Charles happened to be one of the biggest at the time. The comment he originally made on his post was something honestly stupid, had nothing to do with the video. He just made a comment just to make a comment, which I feel like to this day he was just trying to get his attention, and he knew what he was doing because it worked. He follows Ethan, Ethan follows him back, he DMs Ethan, hey, Ethan responds, and this is kind of how all this madness starts in the first place. So after they went back and forth on TikTok DMs for a few days, James finally took the initiative and told Ethan to add him on Snapchat. Ethan adds James on Snapchat, and the vibes are cool for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. They kind of just go back and forth every day, ask each other how each other's day were. Ethan's trying to hide the fact that he's excited. No matter who James is, he's just excited at the fact that there's a YouTuber with 16 million subscribers that wants to be part of his life. This is kind of something that just excites him at the time. And, you know, he's 14 years old. Who the fuck wouldn't be excited? As time goes by, James asks Ethan what does he see himself doing long term as far as social media, just because at the time his TikTok was blowing up and he was building a name for himself, and James kind of wanted just to see what the next step looked like for him. At the time, I don't even think Ethan knew what he wanted to do. This was also new to him at such a young age, so he was still kind of trying to figure everything out as he went. But in response to this, he told him that he could probably see himself getting into acting or modeling. I'm gonna be completely transparent. There were always signs that James obviously found Ethan attractive. He would make comments like, I can most definitely see you being a model. Oh my God, you most definitely have to look for a model. You would kill it out here in LA. And this was when I kind of felt the need as older brother to step in and just shut the shit down. At the time, I was trying to be understanding, trying to be supportive, trying to figure out how I could look out for his best interests, but at the same time support his dreams, which, you know, this was his dreams. He was a 14-year-old kid. He wanted to make it on social media. He had a dream just like how everyone else did. I kind of always had a weird feeling about this, and of course my intuition was right, but he kind of tried to use what he wanted to do longer down the road to an advantage by telling him, hey, well, if you do what I want, I can help you. And obviously, you know what he wants. As time progresses, they go back and forth Snapchatting. Ethan knew he probably shouldn't be putting himself in this situation, but at the same time, he's just a young kid who was looking for opportunity. He was trying to learn people. He was trying to learn industry things. He was still meeting new people. He was in a really vulnerable state, and I feel like James took advantage of him because he was a kid. He didn't know any better. So the video I just shared on the green screen would be videos that my brother's friend would take of him while they were on the phone talking to each other. This video is getting a little long, so I'm gonna make a part 2 separate video where I show a few more receipts of their interactions with each other.
Hello, I'm the younger brother. I'm a lot older now, obviously. I'm 19. I'm gonna be going in a little more depth about this. Stay tuned for the full video on my TikTok. Hello everyone, my name is Ethan Rhett, and if you don't know me, maybe this will help you. Before I get into the story, I want to say I am not meaning to hurt anyone's career or damage anyone's reputation. I just keep seeing things pop up on my page, and it's sickening, and it triggers me in a way, you know. But back when I was 14, you know, I wanted to do social media my whole life. It's something I really loved and enjoyed doing. I started blowing up. I maybe created my account 7 months prior before I turned 14 years old. I ended up blowing up, maybe around 700,000 followers on TikTok. Everything was doing good. I loved it. It was just amazing. James Charles commented under my post and liked the video, and it was exciting. You know, that's the biggest creator I've ever been in contact with or ever commented or liked my post, you know. Anyways, he ends up following me and he messages me, hey, I obviously respond, I'm excited, but that's where everything went downhill. It got really, really weird. Anyways, we start going back and forth on TikTok. He initiates after a few days, hey, add me on Snap. I'm like, okay, you know, I was trying to hide the fact that I was excited, you know, it was really cool. I was hoping that this was gonna jumpstart my career even more into being an influencer, being someone, you know, making others happy, and just that was my intentions the whole entire time. Anyways, me and James start going back and forth on Snap, and he eventually asked me, you know, what do I plan on doing long term? So obviously my social media was picking up and et cetera, et cetera. But at the time, I really didn't know. I knew I wanted to be something and be someone and help others and just being an amazing person and spread awareness on social media, all that stuff. And I couldn't really give him an answer because I didn't know. It was, yeah, I wanted to, but is it something I really could do, you know? Eventually ended up telling him I wanted to get into modeling or acting or maybe even both. And, you know, he was very supportive about that, you know? He said, oh my God, you'd be such a good model, you know? You would do so well modeling and just stuff like that. And obviously I didn't see anything of it. I was young. I was happy he was saying I could do that, especially coming from a really big and noticeable influencer, you know? I thought it was great. Brother kind of didn't tell me in a way, but my brother he kind of let me do my own thing, but he kind of noticed, you know, he didn't, how do I word this? My brother didn't think about it as the way I thought about it. My brother kind of noticed something and I could tell, but he was kind of just letting me do my own thing. Now that we got that out of the way, I'm just going to jump into a more detailed version of it. I know y'all been waiting. I'm sorry. So James started getting extremely comfortable with me. And I just, you know, I was so excited. I didn't really realize it at the time. We were FaceTiming, which I will pull it up right here in this next clip.
At least. I don't think so. At least.
Anyway, so that part was me on the phone with James that a friend of mine recorded just because he thought it was pretty cool as well. And I thought it was something cool to have. And I didn't think about it as any way to hurt him. And it stresses me out that my life was ruined because everyone thought that. It like, it's irritating talking about. I'm sorry, y'all. Anyways, James started becoming super aggressive with me. He would ask me to send him photos of my happy trail, which I didn't even have at the time. And because I was 14, I didn't have a happy trail, and I had armpit hair, but he didn't ask for that. And I kind of avoided the question because it made me super, super uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I lied, actually. I told him I shaved my happy trail because I was afraid to tell him that I didn't have a happy trail or have any hair on my body other than my armpit hair. So I'm sorry, I lied about that. Anyways, you know, he kind of started being aggressive extremely after that. He told me, well, don't shave your happy trail again, because I liked that. And he was very intense about how he said it. I know it doesn't sound bad, but it was only if you could be in my shoes when that happened. It made me super, super uncomfortable. Anyways, I go to bed that night and I wake up to his being sent to me, and it made me very, very uncomfortable. He would send me a photo of his behind in the mirror, and he also sent me a video of him in the shower, which those videos are somewhere on the internet. I'm sure you can find it. If I looked, I could probably find them in a Google Drive that we actually had for my lawyer. Anyways, he started realizing that I wasn't into that. He started kind of making threats towards me, saying he was going to diminish my career. He could easily ruin my career, just all types of nonsense, and it was bad. Okay, it was really, really, really bad. It started getting super, super intense. He started saying he was going to ruin my career, go out and tell people I was gay and I was closeted, which isn't an issue. That's not an issue at all, but it was still the fact that I was a 14-year-old boy, and it scared me. It freaked me out. Anyway, so that's when I made that video. There's a lot more that happened in the story, but this video is about 5 minutes long.
Part 2 on James Charles trying to pursue my younger brother. So in this video, I will be providing receipts with a lot of things I will be saying. However, I'm going to have to go ahead and switch platforms and go over to YouTube. Main reason being is because I want to show more. Due to TikTok's guidelines and privacy rules, it's just not going to allow me to be able to actually show you guys everything that happened. So I can't say officially when I'll be making a video with all full receipts, all the pictures that were sent, all the things that were asked and done. Until then, I'm going to show you guys what I can. So to address that James Charles never knew who he was, this is a video right here of them talking on FaceTime. This is after Ethan had initially came out with the video. He DMs Ethan and goes, "You're clout chasing, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that. You never told me you were 18. Here's the text." I'm running out of time, so I will drop the video soon.
After all of these various TikToks, Ethan's older brother Zay decided to take to his YouTube once more to tell the world everything that James Charles had did, as he alleges, with even more receipts than before. But at present, this video only stands at like 6,000 views. Because again, these people aren't huge TikTokers. These people are just people. Take a listen to what it is that Ethan's older brother Zay had to say alone in his video.
Main reason why I chose to record this video is just because I want to spread awareness on this situation that my brother experienced firsthand. Last time we tried to speak up on this situation, it backfired. It's been 5 years. I have thicker skin. Honestly, shit anyone says does not faze me whatsoever at all. So fuck it. This person started talking to my brother back in 2020 of March. At the time, my brother was making content, as we all know. That was the year of COVID, where everybody was bored, stuck in the house during quarantine. He was growing at a rapid rate on TikTok, and he was starting to get a bunch of traction on his page. He was starting to be recognized by other influencers. One day, influencer, I would not be saying his name once again, he had commented something, and at the time, this was one of the hugest influencers in the world, and my brother was new to this industry. So any person that he knew at the time, he kind of just looked up to them and saw them as, oh, I want to be like this person one day. This person comments under the video, my brother responds, and things go from there.
So after my brother responded, this person proceeded to DM him and tell him, hey, your content's really cool. We should collab one day. So as 14-year-olds would, he responded. My brother texted him back. At the time, I found this kind of insanely weird, not because of this person's background, just because this person's a year older than me. Me and my brother are 5 years apart. I'm just like, what business do you have talking to a minor? That just was a little strange to me. Started Snapchatting. At first, it just kind of started off with a few messages. Hey, like whatever, how's your day going? Just, you know, generic stuff like that. And then 2 weeks going and they started FaceTiming each other on Snapchat. This right here, when my brother told me that he's friends with this person has connections, I kind of was able to see straight through it because at the time I'm older. I obviously think different. I think more like an adult compared to a 14-year-old boy who's trying to make it on TikTok. It just seemed weird to me. I had expressed how I felt about it. I told him like, that's probably BS. He's probably just trying to get in your pants. And guess he was right. Me and my brother kind of got in an argument about it. We didn't really see eye to eye about the whole situation. They proceed to talk. He continues talking to him. As time goes by, shit keeps getting weirder and weirder. This person randomly, late at night, sent my brother, who was a fucking minor, 14-year-old boy, unsolicited pictures of himself in the mirror, just full ass out. My brother runs in my room. He shows me. He's like, bro, what the fuck? Like, this is kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not fucking with this. So we kind of had a conversation. I told him, like, yo, block this motherfucker. He's weird. Like, fuck it, bro. You'll figure something else out. You're doing good. You don't need him. You got your own shit going on. Like, just focus on yourself. You don't need to collab with anybody else. You're good. We didn't really see eye to eye because at the time, my brother and him were going back and forth. They were building friendships and he was promising my brother things, but he was telling him the only way I can make any of your dreams come true, basically, is I need you to come to LA and stay with me for a few days. My brother asked me if I wanted to go to LA with him. Easy fuck no. Never ever crossed my mind where I would go to this man's house, stay in this man's house with you while whatever the fuck God knows goes on. That never crossed my mind. Once again, voice how I felt. My brother continued talking to him. My brother kind of was just really hyped up at the time that he was talking to a high profile YouTuber, and this is the industry he wants to be in. I feel like as the adult in the situation, you should have been the one to take control over the situation. He offers to fly him out to LA and he says, if it makes you comfortable, you can even bring your brother. I have a guest bedroom. He can stay in upstairs while you stay with me downstairs. We don't end up going to California to go stay with him. Time goes on. He continues sending things to my brother without my brother asking for anything. It's just unwanted. He still sent it anyways though. My brother kind of never spoke on how it made him uncomfortable. He kind of would just change the topic, and whenever things were asked back, he would say no, or he doesn't feel comfortable with doing that, and that's when he would say, oh, okay, well, I feel you, like, okay, that's fine, whatever. The more time goes on, the more they continue talking, the more assertive this person becomes, and he's just like, yo, you need to come out here and come see me. One random day, he sends my brother a screenshot of him on famous birthdays. My brother goes, question mark. He sends him a question mark about it. He sends another question mark back saying, I didn't know you were 15. My brother says, I'm not 15. I don't know why it says that. And he kind of just brushed off the conversation. But that day, he ends up talking about how he has this whole YouTube show going on and he's getting prepared for it.
Reality competition show with YouTube Originals, and it's launching at the end of April, which is like super, super dope. And I'm bringing my family out for like the launch.
And he's sending pictures and videos of himself getting ready, asking him how he feels about it. And I don't really know the full details, but it was just, he kind of just brushed off the conversation about age. So to everyone saying that he lied about his fucking age, he never lied about his age. It's something he just never spoke on. He never mentioned. So in this situation, the adult should have done his due diligence to confirm before any type of conversations occurred on that level. My brother one day blocks him out the blue on Snapchat. He calls him on Instagram. Why are you being weird? Why are you blocking me? Why did you just switch up out of the blue? My brother tells him that he thought that they were just going to be friends and that he was going to be able to help him out with his career without any collateral, if you know what I mean. He gets into a heated argument. My brother is like, I don't feel comfortable talking to you anymore. 30 seconds later, before my brother could screenshot it, he unsends it. That's when my brother starts panicking. He starts getting nervous. My brother asked me if I could sit side by side with him in the video. He doesn't feel comfortable speaking up against a huge influencer by himself. I agreed to it, and one thing kind of led to another. He kind of just told his story, and there would be some parts where he was mumbling. He couldn't get his words across, and that's when I would step in and just reiterate what he was trying to say. I can't say too much. A lot of things did take place behind the scenes. For the sake of this video, my main message here is I do not think this person should be allowed to continue over and over and over destroying people's lives and causing damage, and then a few weeks later getting over it and doing it to the next person. For the longest, I chose to stay quiet about this situation. I've always tried encouraging my brother to tell his truth, tell his story, and just be genuine about it. A lot of you guys don't know this, but he was 14 when this occurred. Beginning of his high school, throughout high school, he got bullied. He just got made fun of about the situation for all of high school. It hurts to say this, but I truly do think that situation fucked up his high school year. He's most definitely still living with trauma from that situation. My biggest thing here is it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter how much money you have, it doesn't matter how much power you have, it doesn't matter who the fuck you are. Nobody should be able to get away with just having their way with anyone. Imagine if it was your daughter. Imagine if it was your son, your niece, your nephew, your grandchild. It's just fucking unacceptable. That shit should not be going on at all. It hurts seeing that a lot of people to this day still support. One of my biggest concerns is there's children out there, there's minors out there looking up to this person, and basically you're insinuating that that type of behavior is okay. When does this shit stop? I feel like you shouldn't be able to continue on with your career without righting your wrongs.
Now, at present, Ethan is 19 years old. I reached out to him as soon as he made himself known in public again to let him know that I was interested in speaking to him, not just from a YouTuber standpoint, but just as a person-to-person standpoint, and let him know that I never forgot about you, bro. He did accept my offer to speak with me, but then ghosted me shortly after. And this is no shade. I have no upset, hate, or malice towards him for that. I understand. I mean, it's traumatic. And I get why it could be difficult for him to trust any influencer of any size after what it is that he endured. And because of bad actors like Reagan 777, Ethan has never really had his story heard. Until now. And only now is the world willing to listen. But Reagan wasn't the only bad actor. Now let's talk about the internet's never-ending obsession with cancelling and uncancelling James Charles. It's a saga that just won't die. And not because there's any new information that's coming to light, but because people with their own agendas just keep dragging it up to the surface like it's a content goldmine. And honestly, these people aren't here for justice. They're either here for clout, money, or an image rehab. Case in point, Zach Sellers, Deaf Noodles, and Cosmopolitan magazine. Now let's start with Zach Sellers. We've already spoken about him previously in connection with the Kayla Malik and Evan Johnson situation, which, let's be clear, is a serious and tragic story in its own right. But to me, Zach never came across as somebody who was purely motivated by doing the right thing by Kayla Malik. I mean, the guy attempted to launch merch off it. Yes, merchandise.
I will be dropping Bye Sister merch because there's no more sister. You're going to fall off of this platform.
That's not advocacy. That's opportunism. And as we would all soon come to find out, Zach Seller has his own situation going on, with his own questionable history of predatory allegations and inappropriate behavior with alleged minors. A content creator called Devin Law spoke up on TikTok with allegations about Zach Sellers and how he attempted to allegedly solicit nudes from him as a minor.
I'm seeing Zach Sellers all over my For You page, and he's the last person we should be giving attention or any bit of fame to. He's a disgusting person. When I was underage and he was well over age, he would ask for pictures and talk to me and gaslight and manipulate me constantly. I have pictures. I don't have a whole lot, but he's the last person we should be listening to or interacting with.
The allegations even went as far as Zach Seller allegedly lying about his age and then allegedly sending money to the minor as an apology for lying about his age.
With the James Charles situation going on, a name that keeps getting brought up is Zach Sellers. Now, me and Zach Sellers have interacted before when I was a minor and he was a full-grown adult lying about his age. Now, at the time of these, I was only 14 years old. Another one. And now this one is when I was still 14, and with proof and a timestamp that I found that he was lying about his age. Not only would he do that, he would ask for pictures constantly and send unsolicited pictures of himself. Now this is 1 year later after he would non-stop call and text me. I'm only making this so people stop giving him attention and interacting with him and supporting him for whatever reason. He's a disgusting person who deserves nothing.
So when he inserts himself in conversations surrounding James Charles, whether it's pointing the finger or trying to expose things or dragging up his own connections, you have to ask yourself, is this really about accountability? Or is this really about building your platform off somebody else's downfall? Then we have Def Noodles, aka Dennis Fatoza, the self-proclaimed internet news guy who was pumping out content faster than he could fact check it. Which is kind of the issue. He had a habit of jumping on any controversy that was viral, involving James Charles without validating any of the details. Now, there are people online who felt that Def Noodles' bad reporting was some kind of personal vendetta against James Charles. And I don't think it's that at all. I think that he genuinely wanted to put all of the allegations in one place. But I just think he was negligent, stupidly negligent. And I always go by the notion that if you have to correct multiple times on one particular story, then you're not really reporting the story. But I have to say, when it comes to Def Noodles, this wasn't just segregated to James Charles. Def Noodles has a history of sloppy reporting and reactionary content that sometimes needs multiple corrections, long after the damage is already done. And that kind of behavior doesn't help anyone. It just muddies the waters, erodes credibility, and actually makes it really hard for people to hold real abusers accountable. When your reporting is full of holes, it gives the person that you're criticizing more room to play victim. And boy, did James use that as an opportunity to play victim. Now, Def Noodles has since undergone a complete and total MAGA overhaul, with the red hat included. But more recently, I'd say approximately 2 weeks ago, he made a video on his channel titled "Regarding Adam McIntyre and Why the Gay Community Protects Predators," in which he responds to Adam McIntyre's video about Def Noodles and his quote-unquote downfall. Now, whilst the video primarily focuses on how he believes that gay people are protecting predators, he does end up speaking about the public's fixation on his misreporting and how he doesn't feel responsible for what James Charles has been allegedly allowed to get away with, and rather that it is the general public who have allowed James Charles to get away with it. Take a look.
Let's start with the James Charles thread. At the time, I compiled and reported over a dozen allegations, many of which were serious and in several cases later acknowledged by James himself. 2 of those allegations turned out to be false, and as soon as I realized that, I deleted the posts and issued a public correction. That should have been the end of it, but instead of focusing on James's pattern of misconduct, critics fixated on those 2 deleted tweets as if that somehow discredits everything else James did. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. You see, the real issue was never my thread. The actual issue in the situation is James Charles's predatory behavior. But instead of holding him accountable, many so-called critics redirected the spotlight onto me. And we need to ask why. Why has a YouTube community spent years obsessing over 2 tweets I corrected rather than the overwhelming number of credible, evidence-backed claims against James? And let's make one thing clear. I wasn't the only one covering this story. Major outlets were also reporting on it. Reputable journalists ran investigations. Most of their articles didn't mention me, but they did mention James. So again, Why the fixation on me? Why the need to rewrite the narrative into a story about my reporting instead of what James actually did? Here's the truth. This specific James Charles Predator narrative keeps ending on me because many people talking about it have no real interest in actually holding him accountable. Fixating on those tweets gives them the perfect out. It lets them appear critical of James without confronting what he actually did. They get to discredit the allegations without defending the predator. So it's clear that it's not actually about justice, it's purely about optics. It's about protecting their tribe.
Now, whilst I will agree with Dennis that we all bear a responsibility as a community for the mismanagement of this James Charles situation and the lack of serious tone that this has been handled with, in comparison to other alleged predators that have been on the platform and have since been taken off the platform, a good example of this would be EDP445. The lack of responsibility it is that he feels he bears is just misguided, in my opinion. I think he does hold some responsibility, and I feel like a great deal of self-reflection is needed there. But I mean, can we really expect anything like that from him? But that now brings me to the Cosmopolitan article. On July 13th, 2023, just ahead of James Charles's own brand launch of his painted collection, Cosmo made a PR piece on James Charles titled, "James Charles would like to be uncancelled, please," which had the entire internet in a uproar in their attempt to downplay and undermine the alleged victim allegations. But it was also an attempt to rewrite history right in front of our eyes, and those of us who were aware and knew we're not happy about it. This article was written by a reporter called Gabrielle Bluestone. Gabrielle, fuck you. If you didn't see it, it's basically a glossy and manicured
"Let's make James Charles relatable again"
piece. The whole tone of the article was,
"He's learned and he's been through it and now he's ready for a comeback."
it was a total PR cleanup. But what's worse is it completely glossed over all of the allegations against James Charles. The very real, very serious allegations about James Charles pertaining to minors. The article makes out these moments as like bumps in the road rather than actual concerns. That's not journalism. That's reputation laundering. And let's be real, Cosmopolitan has never really been the most charitable and sympathetic when it comes to other people who have had egregious allegations against them. They chose James Charles because he has recognition and clicks next to his name. One part of the article reads, "In the end, substantiated or not, multiple media reports indicated that at least 15 boys and men had accused James Charles of inappropriate behavior. Charles says now about the breadth of allegations, the source the list was coming from was not doing any sort of research, no fact-checking. Some of the screenshots depicted consensual conversations between adults," he says. Others were completely fake and never happened. James Charles has never legally been charged with engaging inappropriately with a minor, let alone proven to have knowingly done so. Nevertheless, that April, Charles uploaded a 14-minute YouTube video titled "Holding Myself Accountable," where he admitted to inadvertently exchanging messages with 16-year-old boys he said he was led to believe were 18, and that he apologized for his desperate behavior. The fact that they included that he has never been charged is a complete and total dismissal of all of the various different allegations. Like, literally, the bar is in hell, and right next to that bar is Gabrielle Bluestone throwing cups of water on a blazing flame. Put all of these players together and what you get is a big, twisted, tangled web of bad faith actors using the James Charles narrative for their own gain. Deaf Noodles wanted relevancy and views, even if it meant sacrificing accuracy. And Cosmopolitan wanted to profit off a redemption arc, even if that means downplaying the seriousness of what James Charles has been accused of. None of them are centering the people most affected by James Charles. Allegedly. They're all just playing a role in the endless performance of online scandal, where what matters most is clicks, not consequences. But yeah, it's a mess. So next time we see another quote-unquote comeback tour or exclusive expose, we should not just ask ourselves what is being said, but also who benefits from saying it. So, what now? So originally when I was creating this video, I was under the impression that this would be a much easier task than it ended up being. But in my pursuit of not forgetting anybody, I really try my best to include as many people as I possibly can and as many people as I could research and as many people as I could remember. I wanted you to hear everything and everyone so that you can make your own decisions and draw your own conclusions. Through this journey, I've been able to find information that really honestly makes me sick to the pit of my stomach. The reason we say don't forget what James Charles did isn't because, I want to make a villain out of this person, no matter how much of a villain the internet perceives him to be. Whilst the conversation and the discussion is always centered around James, this story is not about James. It's about Ethan, Matthew, Alex, Isaiah, and the numerous other people it is that we have discussed this evening. It's about them, their voices, and allowing them to be heard. It's about taking the credible with the less than credible. It's taking the loud voices with the quiet ones. It's finding the nuance to say that there is strength in numbers. There are so many influencers out there who have had, predatory allegations about themselves out there and have continued to have a full career. But those instances are usually either one or very, very small in number. Not enough to make it a consistent and persistent pattern. And I feel like as audience and viewers, we have allowed this man to feel like he's untouchable. The scandals repeat themselves year after year, to the point that James Charles is now more so worried about being perceived as a bad friend rather than the horrendous things that have been following him for years. James Charles doesn't get to claim desperation now. James Charles doesn't get to claim that most of them are lies, because we have been able to categorize all of these allegations by young, old, straight, gay, the history, the present, the credible, the not so credible, without the person telling the story telling you that he is a predator. Regardless of what my personal beliefs are, that is your decision to make. And I think as an audience, we need to be vigilant. We need to not just hear these things, but act. I mean, for Christ's sake, if Ethan Klein can have random people on the internet call social services or CPS on him and have them rock up to his door, why in the fuck can't we get police to James Charles's house? I cannot begin to imagine or fathom what it must be like to be an alleged victim of James Charles and watch him continue to win. More brand deals, more achievements, more accolades, more fans, more money, more opportunity to do whatever he wants, because he is untouchable. But you know what's not untouchable? All of the lives it is that he has touched, positively and negatively. And for the people who allege negative experiences with him, in the words of Ethan Rhett, because of you, a part of me will never be the same. I honestly believe that karmic justice is real and eventually people will find their karmic justice. Maybe it lies in James Charles's utter desperation and how he hasn't been able to find that person, how he's always the bridesmaid but never the bride, how his inability to be able to have a real relationship with somebody that isn't based on his money or his fame or who he is as a influencer, but him the person. Maybe his inability to let people in and for him to really feel is his karmic justice. So to all those who are horrendously upset by seeing James consistently win, all that glitters isn't gold. I'm pretty sure he's a miserable human being on the inside. So if I had to say anything to the alleged victims, what I say is live. Live happy and fruitful lives. Find your significant other, find your person. Go outside, see the world. Love yourself. Be proud that you were able to say something in a world where nobody listens to victims, specifically men. And I hope that the information it is that I was able to give to the FBI moves the needle. I'm not sure it will, but at least I can rest easy knowing I did something. I don't have much else to say on the topic, but what I will say, in the words of James Charles, to the victims, I'm sorry.
To the victims, I am so, so sorry. And I promise that something like this will never, ever happen again.
Anyway, with that being said, I hope that you guys have enjoyed to some capacity today's video. If you do, please do not forget to give this video a share, a like, and a subscribe. Make sure that you leave your comments in the comment section down below. I would really love to hear what your thoughts are. I know I haven't been producing any episodes of the Paige Christie Show. This has really taken all of my energy, but I will be back to regularly scheduled content next week. So definitely go and tune into my second channel. I will leave the link to that in the description box down below. Also, if you're not a member, become a member. And I also have a Patreon, so if you guys want to check out my Patreon and get exclusive content, I will be uploading some vlogs. I've literally filmed a few vlogs, I just haven't edited them, but you'll have some vlogs which will be up on the Patreon. If you guys want to see some behind the scenes of what it is that I actually get up to when I'm in the studio, definitely go ahead and check that out. With that being said, I hope you guys have an amazing day or evening, whatever the hell it is that you're doing, and until next time, it's been Paige.